Hi, welcome to the Bellevue School District regular board meeting for March 16th, 2021. We'll start with roll call. I'm Francine Wiest. Then I believe Director Watson is joining.
Erica Lee.
Seema Serafin.
And Ivan Duran.
All right, and Director Watson, I think, is having some technical difficulties getting in, but will be joining us. All right, so thank you for joining us today. We have a student representative, Tirsit Gassesi, who will be reading the Pledge of Allegiance for us and our land acknowledgement. Oh, you're on mute.
Sorry. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We acknowledge, honor, and respect that our board community of Bellevue School District students, families, educators, and staff live and learn on the traditional Indigenous land of the Coast Salish people. We thank the caretakers of this land who have lived here and continue to do so since time immemorial.
Thank you. We have some other acknowledgements. We read them off at the last month's meeting, but they're posted there. And then I'd also like to acknowledge, it's a somber moment. We are 1 year has passed where an in-person option for education in our district has not been available to all our students who need it. It has now become a mental health crisis, necessitating an emergency proclamation from the governor so that all our students will have an option within the next month to have in-person services should they need it. We still must use the very effective risk mitigation protocols that are required. At this juncture, we cannot change any. We do not have the authority as a board or as a district, and that includes distancing. But we can bring students back, and I expect that we will hear an update on that so that we can serve students as best we can. And with that, I would like to move to approval of the agenda. Directors, are there any changes, or can I have a motion to approve?
I motion to approve the consent agenda.
The regular agenda, the whole agenda.
Oh, the whole agenda, sorry.
All right, I'll second that. Are there any objections?
I just want to call out that does 7.1 include an update from the superintendent regarding the proclamation and the status of our return? Am I correct that the agenda does not need to be modified to ensure that that is covered in your current proposed agenda?
Yes, there are several opportunities for Dr. Duran, or one of us can cover it more in depth, but hopefully Dr. Duran, someone from your staff, can detail more about the proclamation.
Okay, yes. Then with that, I would renew my motion. Thank you.
Okay, here we'll just do positive. All those in favor?
Aye. Sorry.
Aye. Okay, we have at least a majority. All right, all approving the agenda. Yes. Okay, great. So with that, we're going to move to our student update, and Tirsit Gassesi is a sophomore at Bellevue High School, and she will tell us a little bit more about herself, the activities she's involved in, and what she's working on.
Yes, hello, I'm Tirsit Gassesi from Bellevue High School. I'm a sophomore, and I wanted to come today to talk about some of the things our Student Advisory Board has been discussing, specifically camera use. So we talked extensively on camera use and how we thought it would be a great way to increase engagement in classrooms and help with some of the mental health struggles people are experiencing. Some of the reasons we thought this would be a good idea is because having your camera on in the mornings encourages you to get up and get in your morning routine. And since teachers are able to see you, it also prevents you from getting too distracted. And you also get a connection with others by just seeing their faces. As we were discussing this, there was a concern brought up about cyberbullying and how it kind of makes people vulnerable to it. So one thing that we said, and also concerns about people who perhaps have social anxiety or other situations where they might not be able to turn on their camera. And so to address these issues, we decided that perhaps having a system where students who are struggling with some of these things are able to freely express their concerns to their teacher without any penalty for not turning on their camera. And a way to enforce this would perhaps be an extra credit system where students who have their cameras on are able to get extra credit. But if a student isn't able to have their camera on, not because they just don't want to, but because of a serious issue, they could communicate it to the teacher, and the teacher would be able to exempt them from it without any penalty. There was because we had previously talked about this a couple weeks ago, and with the end of the year getting closer, there were some thoughts about how effective or how useful this would be, seeing that we only have about three more months. However, I think that if next year doesn't go as expected, God forbid something happens and we're still hybrid or in an online environment, having a basis of a foundation already laid out where cameras are mandatory would be very beneficial to starting off the year, and also ending it off with having a connection with your peers and kind of saving the rest of the year that we have. So that was our discussion on camera use, and I just wanted to share that with you guys.
Thank you very much. We really appreciate it, and we are excited that in our consent agenda we do have a little blurb about other things that the Student Advisory Committee is working on, as well as a list of the members, and we've been having these regular updates from various students, which has been, I think, a nice addition to the meetings. So with that, we'll move to the consent agenda. Do we have any extractions from the agenda or a motion to approve? All right, I will move to approve the consent agenda. Do I have a second?
This is Seema Serafan. I second.
Thank you. All right, all those in favor? I have five ayes. Okay, the consent agenda is approved. And for those who are listening, we are able to see each other. We have our cameras on and are able to do that. But for the functioning of the board and the constraints of the live stream meeting, this way we are able to see each other even if the public is not, and we are able to stream the visuals and the audio this way. So that brings us to item 3 on our agenda, comments and updates. Dr. Duran, superintendent update.
Director Serafan has her hand up.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
I just wondered, because we get a fair number of emails asking about testing. I just wanted to call out for the community, or maybe consider having President Weiss do so, that 2.8 has an update, and that could be quite useful for folks to take a look at. It has an update that talks about exams and all the rest, and it's nicely laid out. So even though it won't be spoken, it is included.
Yes, so in board docs under 2.8, in follow up to last meeting, we had requested an update on all of the high stakes exams, so APIB, CTE certifications, SAT, ACT, PSAT, and the SBA. And so there is an update on all of those exams. Some of them are kind of still pending in progress, but we do have that information in one place now. And I think as that's solidified, potentially the district could look into having that more widely disseminated in a consumable form for families. All right, Dr. Duran, your update.
Great. All right, thank you all. Yes, we wanted to make sure and get that information out to everybody, as information on where we are with all of our assessments. But yeah, I wanted to start off, definitely we'll be talking about Governor's Proclamation in item 7. We also, there was a request for us to also talk about where we are with some budget issues and stuff, so we will be addressing that. But for right now, I think one of the things we really want to just focus on initially is just, we are just super excited that, we now have the ability to be able to get a vaccine for all of our educators, which includes all of our staff, and so, we continue to partner with a number of different groups to try to provide the different resources for the vaccines. We have another clinic this Saturday. This is for the second dose. We call it the second dose clinic for those that participate in the 27th of February. But we continue to partner with Allegro Pediatrics, Safeway, Rite Aid, CMAR has approached us. Microsoft also recently approached us. They're going to, I guess, have a really broad site for the vaccinations. One of the issues that we're still running into is supply. We had to cancel a couple in this last week because supply was not in. So as soon as we get the information that these groups have the vaccine, we're scheduling vaccinations, so that people can take advantage of that. So we're very excited that everyone gets to have that opportunity now to be able to get vaccinated. We really just continue to encourage people to still go through their primary doctor. The federal retail pharmacy program is doing it. Get Ready, which is in partnership with OSPI, and Kaiser Permanente is running. There's numerous mass vaccination sites up, and so just really encourage people to keep trying to get the vaccine from the many areas that are providing it right now. We are planning to survey our staff over the next week just to find out what additional needs are there to determine what else we need to do to keep supporting our staff and getting the vaccine. And I'll just quickly add that it has just been, every time I go to those clinics, really great to see people getting the vaccine and just the kind of the joy and relief that it's bringing to our educators. So really grateful for the partnerships that we have. I also want to just shout out, our nutrition services. I was really, we get updates every week. You all get that information in the board update. But now a year later, and just even up to this year since September, we have served 259 meals to our students and families, which I think is just a pretty amazing number. We also are watching, closely. One of the bills, 1342, which would basically eliminate the reduced price meal copay for all students PK through 12. And that would basically be about 6 of our students that qualify. So it's now going to be moving to the Senate and Ways Means Committee. So we're pretty confident it's going to pass. So we're really excited that has gone through from our legislators. And then on just a fun note, I think it's really cool that our nutrition services, just through some connections and personal relationships that people have partnered with the Seattle Mariners to celebrate the upcoming baseball season. And so on the afternoon of this Thursday, March 18th, which has basically started spring training, there's going to be, opportunities for families and students to receive some special items from the Mariners. They bought all this stuff and not having to be able to have all their fans come in. So we're really grateful they're going to be partnering with us and distributing items on the 18th and the 31st. So just appreciate that partnership. And last update I'd share with you, that we're going to be doing a reorganization of our communications department. One of the first steps in that process is to hire someone to lead our communications department, and so we will be doing a chief communication posting, which will be coming up this week. And so that'll be the first step that we have in place in order for us to be able to start the reorganization and what we want to kind of create and all that work for communications. And then I'll hit the return to school plan opening now, but I think that's enough for right now. So thank you.
Dr. Chu?
Yeah, this is Christine Chu. Just a clarifying question. You might have said this, but I missed it. How many clinics have we run for vaccines, and how many of our educators have been vaccinated in the sum total of clinics that we have partnered to run?
I don't have the exact number, but I know we've had at least 3 clinics that we've offered. I'd get to that specific information for you. Jeff is coming on now. He seems to, maybe he has that specific answer, and I'm not sure, Jeff, if we have the actual total number right now.
We have an estimate because there are a couple of people that came from outside of the district at spots, but to date we've run 3 different sessions of clinics, and one of those was a 2-shot clinic. The other one was Johnson & Johnson single shot. So to date we've had over 700 employees get vaccinated at our clinics.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Other questions? All right, I think a lot of them are going to be covered later on, or we'll ask them again if they're not. So I'll then move to our board meeting update. So we are pretty much ready to go to have board meetings in person, along with the live stream requirement continuing. Starting at our next meeting, we wanted to give the public an opportunity to sign up for slots, because we are still bound by the requirements, including physical distancing, our room will only hold so many seats for people to have. So we will have a sign-up process. If we have more people who sign up than we have slots for, we'll have a random draw, and people will be notified about 24 hours before the start of the meeting so that they have time to make arrangements to attend. The overflow would just be broadcast, so we would advise that if people do not get a seat, that they stay at home or other convenient location to just live stream it that way. Anyone on district property would need to abide by all the risk mitigation protocols and safety requirements that we have in district, whether you're in the actual board meeting room or not. So directors, we tested the audio. It's the concurrent model. Some people are calling it the broadcast model, but we're calling it the concurrent instruction model. We'd be using the same one. The audio is and video is excellent. We tested various configurations. We determined where we would sit, which would be at the dais, which is different. We do like to usually be down closer to the other people in the room and in a configuration where we can see each other better. So we will lose a little bit of that functionality of our board meeting. But by sitting at the dais, we can use the microphone system there, as well as there's a video display so that we can see there as well as the video displays around the room. And then most importantly, it really provides additional seating capacity because we're not on the floor area there. So we did note that board meetings really are for the board to conduct the business of the board. They are open to the public, but they're not meetings for the public to participate. So I do want to highlight that we will be losing a little bit of our board functionality by having the in-person meeting, but we do gain some other in some other areas. We are working on a way for some comments to be from those who are in person, as well as continuing to receive comments online, and we'll find essentially a hybrid version of being able to hear from participants both ways. Are there questions, comments, concerns, things that you want us to make sure that we continue to work on to make this successful?
I have a comment, just that I'm looking forward to it. I think it's great. I know that not all of us can for health reasons, but I am personally happy to join. So thank you for making that all work. I know it was a lot of work, and we wanted to have it happen tonight in tonight's meeting, but logistically you needed more time. So I just want to thank you. I'm glad we're doing it.
Thanks. Dr. Chu?
Yeah, this is Christine Chu, and I agree. Thank you for getting this set up. I have a question for you. Just about the logistics. I would like to understand, will all of us still be on camera so that if somebody is remote, that they can see each and every board member as an individual and be able to hear what they're saying? Is that going to be worked out? Is that the deal?
Yes, so we're going to be using the same camera system that the classrooms use. So for this concurrent instruction, so the people in the room can see the people who are not in the room, and vice versa. And so we have monitors set up and tested the angles. The one person on the end is gonna, if there's someone not joining or to see staff members who are presenting, might have to crane their neck a little bit. But for the most part, because the dais is curved a little bit, but not extremely curved, but for the most part, and we can rotate who sits in the neck straining seat. But other than that, it's great. And the reason we're using the mic system rather than just the mic system for that the classrooms use, which is excellent, is it picks up everything. So that means that if people, it picks up everything such that in the classroom, that's great. If a student wants to make a comment, everyone can hear that. But in a public meeting setting, then it also picks up all of that ambient sound as well.
So that will be, apologies, this is Seema Serafan. So is that, to be clear, is April 3rd, correct?
Yes, that would be our April meeting. And as far as we know, because that looks like, so no, that's April 6th.
April 6th, sorry, I misspoke.
April 6th. So our plan right now would be to aim for April 6th and 20th. And then after that, we'll need to reassess, because in order to spread students out for their standardized, for the AP tests for the most part, that room will be occupied. So at any point where student services will take priority, and we will then revert to having completely remote meetings, because we don't want to have ourselves and the public in the room where students will be in the room within hours of that time as well. So that's just part of our commitment to that. So we'll have a better sense that AP schedule is still being set on how that will affect it. So right now we'll plan for the 2 meetings in April, but May and June, because some of the the testing does go into June, are up in the air. And in fact, it goes into July. But we'll, as soon as we know, we'll let you know, and then also post that for the public. And that sign up form should be able to go live tomorrow, so people can look at that. But we do have 3 full weeks between this meeting and our next meeting, so that is ample time. Otherwise we would have announced it and people would have only had a very short amount of time to sign up. Any other questions? Concerns? All right, we spent a little bit of time on that, but we just wanted to do our shift and be able to provide that. I'm also going to be holding essentially a listening session. I'm working with Dr. Duran on whether that's a joint session with the district and more of a town hall, but we'll have some variety of directors and staff. It may or may not be a full board meeting, because if it's just 1 or 2 of us, but we'll have just a listening session, because we know there's a lot of pent-up public comments that we've been receiving and reading and consuming and digesting, but completely understand that it's different than also seeing 1 or more directors there and having a chance to interact. And we know that when we were in person, people would see us at the meetings and maybe get to sidebar for a moment or 2. And so just in the meantime, having a little bit of an opportunity like that. It will be virtual, but still it'll be more of an interactive opportunity. So that will be sometime next week, and we'll announce that as well when we finalize the time. And then the last part of this is that we know that there are many questions that we do get in our public comments or just questions in email. We don't respond individually to the to many of them, especially since they're administrative and operational. We also get a lot of questions, concerns that are beyond the purview of the board or the district, for example, around physical distancing or other requirements that people really hope that the board can change in effect, and we cannot, although we do advocate for them. And so later on this meeting, and item 7, we'll be talking about the advocacy that we're doing, and that advocacy has ranged from public health officials to the state superintendent's office, to the governor's office, to the governor himself. And so we have been working on many of those issues, and we'll be talking about those more in depth later in the meeting. Okay, any other comments, directors?
I have one. This is
yes.
Seema Serafin. I just want to note, because this topic comes up a fair amount, the volume of emails means that it is hard to write a meaningful reply to each and every person who emails us and not have it divert our time away from things that are better as the follow-up to someone's email. So that means that we often, I can say individually, will read the emails and then take a mental or literally start to chart out where are the topics that are coming up frequently, what are the things that people are flagging, and then take an action, maybe reach out to someone in a school or in the PTSA, or more, as you said, operational, go to the district and say, what are we doing about this? That is, for many of us, I know me personally, it feels like a better way to action, input, and feedback we are getting. I would say pre-pandemic, I would often take the time to write an individual long answer. If I did that now, I would never leave my device, and I would also not be doing anything other than answering emails. So for that reason, as well as the concern that we all have that we might end up having a conversation as a board through the thread, which would violate the Open Public Meetings Act, then which would mean that somehow we arrive at a decision by answering your email. I know I personally think, okay, I will read them, but I will no longer endeavor to try to say something in response, because the most I can crank out in 30 seconds will feel inadequate to you. And I would be better off reading it, absorbing it, cataloging it, and then figuring out, now what do I do? So that is my attempt to explain this, although I'm sure many people will find that inadequate. I know I do. When I complain and I don't hear back, I feel kind of ignored. I just want to say it's not ignoring, it's just a question of bandwidth.
Well, Director Serafin, thank you for your service as our legislative rep. We know you spend a lot of time formulating, crafting, and then actually meeting with our legislative representatives. And there's some other head nodding here with the board directors. And I'll just I'll put Dr. Chu on the spot for a moment. How many hours a week do you think you spend on board related business? Recognizing also that you serve on the State School Board Association, in which you're able to bring Bellevue's issues, to at the state level as well.
Probably a good 25 or 30.
Right, and I'll say that mine approaches a full-time job doing this as well. So I think that thank you for just calling that out. All right, so let's move on to public comments. So we will hear a selection of public comments. We do try to select ones that are representative. Sometimes we receive multiple of the same, exact same comment or similar. We try to highlight those as well. What we'll do is we'll read through 10 minutes. There are a couple that are a little bit longer and some that are shorter. And I'll read the statement here. The board has accepted public comments for this meeting via online written submissions and will share up to 3 minutes of each comment as read by the board coordinator or other designee of the board. To maximize the number of comments read, if there are more than 3 comments, the board president may shorten the number of minutes of each comment to be read. The board will listen to all comments carefully, but will generally not respond to comments spontaneously or without further deliberation. Complaints about specific personnel will not be heard in open session and will not be part of the record of any public meeting. Harassing or derogatory statements about any persons or groups of persons will not be heard. All the comments that are submitted are not vetted. They are the opinion of the person reading them. What I mean not vetted, they're not edited for accuracy. They are opinion statements. And then, so we'll start with the 10 minutes. Ms. Gasparich, I'll hand it to you.
Okay, this first one is from Suzanne Reeve. She's the Instructional Technology Curriculum Leader at Oldham Middle School and Sammamish High School. It was received March 3rd, and the subject line is a measured timeline for reopening schools. Dear Board of Directors and Dr. Duran, as I listened to the public comments shared at the March 2nd board meeting, I felt compelled to write and share some insight from an educator's perspective about why reopening schools should happen on a measured timeline for which the negotiated BSD BEA MOU allows. A, in order to transition to in-person learning, school staff have personal child care responsibilities for which they need to make arrangements, especially for staff living outside the district in areas where schools have not yet reopened. B, teachers need time to set up their classrooms for instruction, especially at the elementary level. Beyond COVID safety measures, there are instructional spaces and resources to be set up for in-person teaching. Teachers must do this while maintaining their remote teaching duties and schedule. C, teachers need time to adjust to their lesson plans for shifting to hybrid in-person teaching. The in-person setting will be different from anything teachers have worked in before. They will be with students in person, but distancing and hygiene requirements preclude many of the teachers' trusted in-person strategies. They are also not remote, so they want to take advantage of the interactions and connections that are possible. Shifting to this mode of instruction is not a trivial task. Again, teachers will be planning for the shift while maintaining the remote learning schedule. D, at the secondary level, over 40% of the classes have students that are both hybrid and virtual, necessitating that teachers use a broadcast model of instruction to teach students who are in person and students who are participating from home at the same time. This requires installation and training of new technology and additional instruction shifts that take some time to plan for. E, school staff need time to be trained on safety protocols for in-person learning. F, there is uncertainty among staff about the impact of expanding in-person learning, grade bands 3 through 5, secondary, etc., especially as new COVID variants circulate and as public health officials in King County and Washington State express concern about plateauing case levels. Providing space between the opening of K through 2nd, 3rd through 5th, and secondary schools helps to alleviate this uncertainty. None of us, staff, family members, students, have gone through the pandemic unscathed. Suffering is widespread in multiple forms, but I plead for you to understand and allow for a measured, safe return to in-person learning that respects the Herculean efforts teachers and other school staff have been giving and will continue to give throughout this time. Thank you, Suzanne Reeves. This email comes from Jennifer Martin, a concerned parent of a 6th grader. It was received March 8th, and the title is New York Times in their own words, Why Health Experts Say Elementary Schools Should Open. Dear Dr. Duran and BSD board, have you seen this article today? Elementary and secondary school students should all be back in the classroom this year. Open the windows and follow the science. A few select quotes. Categorically, closing schools has caused more harm to children than COVID has. Quote by Samir Patel, Associate Professor of Pediatrics, Northwestern University, attending physician, Lurie Children's Hospital of Chicago. They suffer socially when we are not in school. They suffer intellectually, learning remotely. It puts pressure on working parents. It denies students access to a school lunch that may be their only nutritious meal of the day. There are so many downsides to closing schools that have nothing to do with the virus. This is a quote by Saul Himes, Assistant Professor of Clinical Pediatrics, Stony Brook University, Renaissance School of Medicine. We are all seeing alarming rates of anxiety, depression, and suicidal behavior. It is also increasing educational disparities and leaving a generation of learners behind. A quote by Allison Eckert, Professor of Pediatrics, Division Chief of Pediatric Infectious Diseases, Medical University of South Carolina. Social isolation is damaging the children and making life extremely difficult for parents. This is a quote by Chad Sanborn, Pediatric Infectious Disease Specialist in Palm Beach Children's Hospital. And then there's a quote or a link in here to the New York Times article. And this was submitted by Jennifer Martin, concerned parent. Okay, this email is from William Thomas, retired Bellevue Police Major. This was received March 10th. And his email states, school is essential for our children's welfare. All teachers must go back to work or not be paid. I'm a retired police officer. Officers would be fired if they refused to work to protect the community. The CDC and most experts say that it's necessary for schools to open for the welfare of our children. Please open. William Thomas. This email was received from Jennifer Martin, a concerned parent of a middle school student. This was received Saturday, March 6th. Dear Dr. Duran and BSD board, I was sad to see no mention of a return to school to some form of in-person learning is planned for the secondary students 6 through 12 in the recent Back to Buildings update. This is absolutely unacceptable, especially given Governor Inslee is now allowing teachers to get vaccinated. Some data points from this very well-written article by an infectious disease expert. The continued shutdown of schools has led to a rising rate of depression, anxiety, unhealthy weight gain, and self-harm amongst students. Emerging consensus among health experts that opening schools is paramount for student learning and mental health. Finally, the debate over schools opening, which shouldn't be a debate at all, does not incorporate what scientists have learned about the pandemic. Despite a wealth of data from the CDC and other countries suggesting that opening schools is safe for teachers and students with mitigation procedures applied, many districts across the country, especially on the West Coast, have failed to reopen. Children and their families have suffered enormous collateral damage from the failure to open schools. At this point, the power of these vaccines is undimmed by variants, and Americans, their public officials, and especially their schools, must allow the optimism to now dominate. And they include a quote to the link to The Atlantic. I have a 6th grader who is desperate to return to some form of in-person learning. He is depressed and spends every single day staring at a screen. Your students have suffered enough at this point. Their mental health should be paramount. Your families are at their wits' ends with continued obfuscation. This should not be a political issue. BEA cannot continue to allow the stop to return to in-person learning for all BSD students any longer. Time is running out. I beg of you to get all students back in the classroom this school year. Jennifer Martin. This email is from Sergey Grate, and March 10th it was received. The subject is reopen schools now. My kids are not doing well with remote school. I would not call it learning at all. Reopen public schools for in-person learning now or resign. Enough of this, Sergey. This email was received from Carla Talik on March 10th. The subject line is registering for school 2021. How are we supposed to register for school next year if you haven't committed to in-person learning? I cannot in good faith register my kids in BSD until I know what you're doing. I have gone through the mountains of emails and documentation about registration, but I cannot find anything to answer this question. Will our children of all ages be learning in person in the fall? I have told you over and over that if the kids are not going to be learning in person, I need to pull them out of school next year. You are toying with our ability to plan for our family. I need my tax money back so I can find another option. You have failed us. You've lost our trust. If you don't want to go to school, if you don't want to teach our kids, please just get out of the way. Let someone else do it. Just answer this question. Will our children of all ages be in learning in person in the fall? This email is from Grace Chang, received March 12th, and it's just public comment as the subject. Hi, I'm just writing this email to voice concerns on the summer school designation this year. By cutting off grade improvements, B, opportunity for 2 years, many students, namely juniors, are being heavily impacted. The lack of resources shouldn't be a problem that the class of 2022 has to deal with. And I was wondering if there's something the district was thinking of doing to remedy it. For instance, allowing outside grade improvements for B grades as well as C and D. As a part of the student education question group, I'm writing this email to ensure the board of the amount of people who require this action to be taken. Thank you, and we hope you will take actions to make the matter more equitable in this tough time. This email was received from Allison Whalen on March 13th, and it's open K through 12 immediately. In-person learning needs to occur now. Hire non-unionized workers if needed. No more delays. Do your job and prioritize the students. You have this far failed the students and learning community. Case rates are 7 over 100,000 are way below BSD published phase 4 benchmark. There's no excuse whatsoever for not reopening schools now. Allison Whalen.
Time.
Thank you very much. So the board appreciates the time the public takes to write these comments, and all public comments submitted online and in compliance with stated requirements, whether or not they are read aloud during the meeting, will be included as part of the official record for the next regular board meeting following the receipt of comments. And that includes comments that were received after the deadline that we have for determining which ones are selected to be read out loud, as it does take some time to compile and go through and select representative numbers. So those will be posted in the by the next meeting as well. All right, that brings us to item 5, annual plan update. So we're looking at the top priorities, and we're going to be seeing that there's an updated list there under 5.1 that could be posted and projected. And Dr. Duran, I'll turn it to you to lead this section, and then we can discuss the questions using the discussion protocol for what resonates with you from this list of priorities for the remainder of the 2020-2021 school year. Do I have a volunteer from our directors to take some notes to do the summary at the end? Dr. Chu?
Yeah, I'll volunteer, but I also want to be clear that I think that this is a place where we are providing directly on annual and strategic plan goals, and this is an ask to change those. And so I don't think this is a theoretical discussion from the board. I think that this is a very specific input from the board. If there is any additional input on this, and we're saying.
Okay, so I think we got a comment here. The audio is choppy. The audio is choppy for me too, so I'm not sure we caught everything that you said. However, overall, I think that the gist of it was that we spend a lot of time on the annual plan, including an annual plan that was created after the start of COVID times. So it took into account some of that. So this discussion is on top of that and needs to be fairly directed. Is that correct? That summarize what you said?
I think what I think the point though that I'm making is that this is a direction setting exercise. We are changing direction for the remainder of the school year. So this requires board input because we have already approved a set of plans. It's not just a change in our reporting, it's actually a change in what we're focused on. I want to make sure that there is clarity on the direction and what this implies and what we're expecting. So I'm not sure that that's clear in the document, but if we are changing our goals in any way, that we want to approve that or make sure that we're all on the same page.
Okay, so we may need a motion at the end. So I'll ask you to help us make sure that we are doing that. And what we'll do is we take about an hour. We had 75 minutes, but we'll take about an hour. Our discussion protocol usually takes us about 45 minutes, and we want to make sure we have time for a motion if we should need to vote on something, and then also want to have time for 5.2, which is then, as a result of this discussion, determining whether we're going to suspend specific provisions of 0300. Dr. Duran.
All right, yeah, I think that's pretty accurate in terms of where we are going with this. Top priorities, we've been trying to change our language because first it was top 10, then it was top 10ish, and it's the top priorities. And so I think I want to emphasize that these are not new goals. You know, these are goals that we've had either in our annual plan or in some of our return to school work or the other areas that we've been tracking for COVID-19. And what we really wanted to do was to streamline our efforts and work to really be more focused on what we're trying to accomplish, because we feel like with the overall larger annual plan that we just had so many pieces that we were working on that we really felt like we weren't doing, you know, our best work, focusing on what our students needed, what we need to do to be for reopening, and again, thinking about what we're going to be doing over the summer and into the fall. So I believe this gives us the ability to be able to have some of that focus and be able to narrow the work that we're trying to do and then to adjust some of the areas that we have been working on over this year. So again, these are not new goals. These are just goals from the plans that we've been working on. They're just more streamlined and focused. I'm going to hand it over to Deputy Collins, who we just want to thank and shout out for a lot of the work that she's done to lead this work. There's been a lot of stakeholder engagement in this process. We ran it through multiple groups, you know, keeping the critical criteria, you know, front mind so that we know we gather input from people around what the work that we're trying to accomplish and what we want to see. So go ahead, Deputy Collins.
Thank you very much for that. And Dr. Chu is correct that we really aren't just seeking a conversation about this. We are seeking approval tonight from you for basically changing out our current annual plan with these limited goals. And these aren't new goals. None of them are new. We didn't change any of the goals. We didn't change any of the measures. It wouldn't make sense for us to try to do that at this point in time. These are the goals and measures that our schools have been working on predominantly. And so it doesn't make sense for us to change them. We're just trying to narrow them. And I've heard the word bandwidth used a couple of times tonight. And really, it is a lot about bandwidth. What can we effectively do right now? And we think these are the things that we can effectively do. I also want to say, thank you for the feedback that you provided, that we did read all of the feedback. We did consider all the feedback. We had a very robust discussion about the feedback, and we got some more feedback today from a couple of you, and we met again because we wanted to make sure that we really considered the feedback that you gave before we're going to come forward and ask for any kind of approval of this plan. So hopefully when you're listening tonight, you'll hear some of that feedback that you gave in our conversation as we walk through this plan. But I wanted to just briefly walk through it, even though I know you saw it already, but we changed it after a little bit. We modified it after our conversations, and we put some notes over into the far right column to sort of explain our rationale or thinking around each of these priority areas. So didn't change dramatically, but there were some changes that we made. And I want to say that Director Watson, that we did hear your comment about, hey, it seems moot that that the governor has set the dates and has said all students who want to come back will be offered that opportunity, and that's true. And we even said that when we were first going through these, we're like, do we really need number one? Like, that's not our goal any longer. And actually, when we sat back and thought about it, this is everything we're doing right now. So this maybe does have an end point to it. It is maybe time bound, but right now, all of the hours that we're spending in bargaining, for example, is trying to work with the BEA to make sure that we effectively bring kids and our teachers back, and that they're supported in that process. All of the work we're doing about the risk mitigation protocols is all in service of bringing our students back. The surveys we're doing of parents, the changing of schedules, all of it. So it is taking a tremendous amount of our time. And so even if we decide to strike it from this annual plan, we want you to know, we left it in there because we want you to know we are all hands on deck for this number one thing, which is to be able to provide in-person instruction for our students. Now, might we have worded that differently if we had known that we were going to have these exact dates and this was that maybe we would be working on the quality of what we're providing? We want you to know we are working on the quality of what we're providing, but we really don't want to change the measure. This is what we're working on, and so that's why we left that one in. For number two, the limit COVID transmission in buildings. Obviously, we don't want any transmission. We were so uncomfortable putting a number in here that we just couldn't do it. We were like, what transmission would be acceptable? And so we just said we want to strive for it to be 0. And we have been striving for that from the very beginning, to have no transmission. Is that realistic? Maybe not. Maybe there will be a transmission, and then we will be ready to respond. And we have plans in place and protocols in place to respond. But in terms of limiting the transmission, that is why we've been doing all of these things we've been doing to this point. The increased peer connection, I'm not going to go through that. You already know what that is and why that's so important. Improving coping skills. We did hear a question about what are we currently doing about improving coping skills, and what are some of the things that we have been doing. And we have a long list of things that we have been doing around improving coping skills for our students, including something new this year, which is the way that we're screening to find out what kinds of concerns are coming up, whether it's social, emotional, or behavioral, mental health concerns that are coming up. And we don't have any baseline data around that, around how well our intervention strategies are working, but that's what is being tracked right now at every building level. And it varies depending on what the need is. So a student whose parents are going through a divorce, for example, might need a different intervention for a different period of time versus a student who may have some more ongoing long-term issues. So it's harder to quantify what that means for us to be improving in that area, but we are working on coming up with a quantifiable aggregate measure that we can give to you. And we want you to know that's important work to us. It's a high priority, particularly based on the global pandemic and what our students have been through. For the fifth one, the ELA and math proficiency, that isn't new, but we have a lot of work going on in this area. We've had some successes and some tremendous challenges, and we don't want to just like throw the baby out with the bathwater and say, well, that didn't work, because we know some of the context and the conditions are feeding into those challenges, and that is going to be changing quickly over time. So we want to continue to improve in this area, and it's still a high priority for us. Increasing the percentage of students on track to graduate. We want you to know that graduation success is not just this cohort of students. It is a monumental task, and we have teams in place at every school and a central team for graduation success that has multiple activities and strategies that we're doing, but how we're tracking whether or not we're getting better at our systems and structures to make a difference in terms of students being on track to graduate is this cohort. So it's much bigger than what this says, but this is what we're measuring right now and what we would like to continue to report to you. For number 7, educators have the training, professional development, and support they need to effectively serve students, whether they're in the hybrid or remote or 100% virtual. That's still a priority for us. Most recently, we did survey our educators and asked them, what do you need? What more training do you need? What support do you need? And they reported back to our teaching and learning department, who took all of that data and developed these professional development plans that could be differentiated based on what our teachers were saying. We did not specifically ask them, do you feel prepared to teach in the hybrid? And that is a relevant question. We did not ask that on the most recent survey, but it certainly is one that we want to know. So something that we can ask in our next survey of our educators. And then finally, increase the percentage of families feeling informed and maintain the percentage of families feeling supported and empowered. This is a goal that we already had in our annual plan and we want to continue. And we have a giant project going on that actually links this family and stakeholder engagement and feeling empowered to our communication and how well not only people are feeling informed but engaged. How much are we involving our families in decision-making processes, for example. And Shamari Jones is leading a giant umbrella project. It's not something that we're prepared to measure results from yet because it's not implemented. It is at the building block stage. And so we want to keep this same goal in here that's already in our annual plan. It's still relevant for us. And obviously we have not achieved it. There was a question from one of the directors about how empowered do our families feel right now? And based on our informal data collection, we feel that our families, as you heard in these comments, are frustrated because they don't feel in control right now. There's a lack of control. They can't control whether or not schools reopen and the schedule that will be in place and all of those things. And so it's a struggle for our families right now to feel really empowered in their students' success. And we want to change that and we want to continue to work on it. So that's a high priority for us. Okay, I will open it up for now you to have conversations and questions of us and discussion.
So are there any clarifying questions, missing information? Any board members need additional information?
I have a clarifying question. I'm sorry, I have my video off because I'm worried that that's taking bandwidth and is causing part of my audio issues. So my clarifying question is simply, will you still be planning to report on the status, not necessarily progress because we didn't focus, but the status for all the goals from the annual plan in the summative report at the end of the year once we've stopped focusing on doing the work? So in the reflective report, will we still get an update on things? Because I'm asking not just for clarification, well, I want that clarification, but also because when I tried to get clarification myself, when I looked at the markup of 0300, it is inconsistently marked up. In one section, it implies that you will still do a complete annual plan reflection, and in another, it actually asks for an exemption from that. So it was unclear.
Do you want me to answer that, Dr. Yeah, the intent of this, and again, going back to the idea of bandwidth, is that we not report in terms of monitoring. However, that doesn't preclude any board member from asking us, hey, we want an update on, and this group has been good about doing that. We'd like an update on the assessments and what we're doing about that, or we want an update on how it's going with grading. We're happy to come in and report on any of those things, but we were going to eliminate the reporting schedule and just replace it with the reporting schedule for the items that are currently in here.
So
John,
for
did you
the
have-
summative report, even the summative report at the end of the school year, once everything is over in the summer, would only reflect on these 9 goals and not any of the other goals that are stated in the annual plan or the return to school plan. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
So you are effectively asking to change the annual plan, not change the reporting requirements, but to change the annual plan and the back to school plan that were established in the fall. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
And Dr. Chu, may I just jump in here with respect to the document around suggested provisions to suspend in 0300. The idea was to report on the status, but not using the category color assignment. So, you know, the intent is to report, but not report on everything or in the way that we have been reporting previously.
No. That's not consistent with what Eva just said. Let's make sure that everyone's on the same page. What Eva just said, like those provisions that you're talking about are how detailed will you report on these 9 goals.
Correct.
I was asking about whether or not you would be monitoring, reporting, executing on any of the other goals during this time. And what Eva said, what Deputy Superintendent Collins said is that we will not be pursuing the other goals.
Correct. Yeah, I didn't mean to be inconsistent with that. That's exactly what we want. Yes.
Okay, so that's for the clarifying question, and then why don't we just go into having responses to the question, the focus question, or just your thoughts in general. So we'll try to run it with someone makes the statement, their thoughts, and then each of us responds to it and builds on that, and try to go around so that each director ends up being the focus, the initial starting person. Does anyone want to start us off? Director Serafin?
Sure. I think I will just renew my question that I sent in late, so mea culpa on that. But I think that the main thing, Deputy Superintendent Collins, that I flagged was that I thought we needed a specific way to prioritize and acknowledge that students will have various levels of learning loss. And we should be particularly mindful for, I think, all grades, but especially younger grades, that some of the greatest insights we might be able to get on how a student may have regressed academically or socially from their parents, because they've been essentially watching them all day or watching what's been lost. So how will we prioritize that, and how will that be shown here? And I caveat that, as I did in my email, by saying I think having it be an implementation strategy to support, let's say, we will make sure we put extra emphasis on English language arts or math, does not feel adequate to me. So that's the question. How will we show and prioritize our acknowledged learning loss, the fact that we have to test for it and then help students make up for it?
Thank you for that question. We did read your feedback, and we did have a very robust conversation. I mean, it took almost the entire time that we were talking, because it was so good, and it actually encompassed a lot of the feedback from the other directors as well. I think it was very similar to other directors, like, wait a minute, it seems like we should be thinking about what the kids essentially are learning or have not learned. And just recently, the University of Washington College of Education sent out, a newsletter, and they talked about language of how we're addressing learning as kids return. And they suggested using language of building on versus learning loss, because kids have learned something. And so we are, rather than thinking about it as this big void that we're going to be, let's say, stuck with or encountering, that where are kids? And I know it's the exact same idea, it's just a shift in how we talk about it. Where are our kids, and how are we going to build on recognizing we're not going to make up every single thing that was lost. That's not going to happen in the same amount of time. And so what are we going to do, and how can we build on, and where are our kids when they come in? Because it's not like there's been no learning, but where are they? And so we had this really great conversation about it. And we have been taught, an idea that we've been talking about at our instructional team is this idea of empowering our teachers individually, because we, again, with bandwidth, like I am not going to, or my department, my folks in the department, teaching and learning department aren't going to create, let's say, classroom-based assessments for every course that we have in the entire district. However, our teachers, most of them already do this at the beginning of the year. Where are my kids and what do they know and can do in relation to what we're about to learn? Not all of them do, and not all of them would know how to do that, but we would love to be able to train our teachers, provide some professional learning around how do you develop some classroom-based assessments that will help you in the fall. To determine where kids are, and then to determine where to go from there. And how can our teaching and learning department support that? But that our teachers would work together to develop those. I see you have a question to that or a response.
I do, and I just want to ask, maybe it's a stress test against your the developing proposal, but imagine two parents. Well, I'll just cut across the many emails we've read.
Yeah.
So let's imagine we have a parent who has a sophomore or junior who says, yeah, my kid's grades are fine, but I used to have a vibrant kid who knew how to engage others socially. And I believe my once shy child who had finally developed a robust way of interacting with other kids has now retreated into herself. That parent might want a specific intervention and may not want it to wait another 6 months. That's one example. Here's another example. A parent who's been tutoring their kid essentially in math, knowing that they're fully supported by teachers, but a teacher's not been able to sit with the child physically and is saying, but I don't want you to wait until September. I see a summer in front of me. What are you guys going to do to help? And if you only assess my kid based on what you need to validate, in September, my kid has now even more loss. So can we think about that kind of response or that kind of request? Because I think those are just two that are kind of examples made by other people's questions, but I think they're probably representative.
I think they're great questions. And so there's a couple of things. The one that I was talking about is about, and what we heard from the board last time we had a conversation similar to this, is every course, every grade level should be determining what did students learn, what do they need to learn, and where are they, and how am I taking them to the next level. What I hear you saying is, and we have some social emotional needs, and those needs need to be met now, not waiting until fall. And we have some academic needs, and what can we do about those? So a couple of things that we've been wrestling with and talking about, and one is we are going to be re-engaging our kids in person. That's happening. The governor has said that will be happening. We are not going to expect our kids to show up on track in the same way that they would have been had they been in person all year. We're not expecting that. We're not putting that burden on our kids, but we do want to know where they are academically. We're also not going to inundate them with assessments when they walk in the door either, but we do need a way to know where kids are at. Like that is a valid question, but that isn't going to be our focus right when kids return. So how are we going to know, and how are we going to help support kids over the summer is what I heard you ask for us. And that is something that we do not yet have in place. We do have a summer school plan, but it will not cover all of the things that you just described, I don't think.
So I want to jump in with, I think we're supposed to comment on the things that Seema's been saying. So I want to make a comment and sort of add to this conversation. I think one of the things that's coming out for me in this conversation is that there are two sides to the assessment of not learning loss, missing learning. In some cases, our kids will have regressed, but primarily what we're worried about is that they didn't acquire They didn't have opportunities to acquire the skills. The social stuff may be regression, but it also may be a lack of opportunity to acquire skills. So what I want to understand is how are we going to identify what things we need to identify upfront and what things we should take a just-in-time model for? Because if we take a upfront identification take on the whole thing, that's a deficit model. And research is pretty clear that it's ineffective. We already have evidence from our own school district this year that when we did all the testing up front, it just slammed our kids and teachers to the point where they're like, what? I don't even know what to do with all this data. And it's too much and I want to be engaging. I don't want to be testing. So we know that it has to be balanced to be effective. How are you going to determine what needs to have preventative work done so kids can take a summer class if they want to, so the kids can have mitigations before the end of this school year? And how are you going to know what you can say, you know what, when you get to this unit in biology, we will fix that chemistry piece that you're missing, or vice versa, or whatever. How are you going to determine that and make this manageable? Because I think we're getting late in the game for not being able to articulate that.
So why don't we have kind of everyone make the comments on that, because it's supposed to be a discussion and not just a back and forth, but and then we can get some response, because clearly it's an important issue. Director Malif.
So one of the other comment I had on what you said, Deputy Superintendent Collins, regarding working with our teachers to really determine what has not been gained yet. I worry about the burden on our teachers. Obviously, they are best placed to do that work, but now moving back into a hybrid model, they're essentially going to have to be learning starting over again with a whole new teaching model. And this is a lot of work, and they're already doing a lot of work. And so I just want to understand the supports that we could, you probably don't have this planned yet, but like what we could do in order to support our teachers in that, so that they can give us the information that we need without completely burning out.
Want me to answer or just wait?
Well, why don't we get everyone in? Director Watson, okay. What do you have comments on this particular one?
Okay, so our discussion right now is focusing on the academic piece, I think, and I guess I'm interested in that. I wanted to build on a foundation of physical and emotional health, and I think that's what this prioritizing exercise did for me, to make me really realize that I believe that, you know, physical health, which we've got covered, emotional health, I prioritized a lot of those things that I felt would feed into that, but the academics are also important. So how do we bridge the 2 points? So I would second what some of Christine was saying about let's not use a deficit model. And I'm interested in what we can do in terms of summer opportunities, catching kids up now when they ran through the buildings, if that's even a possibility given the number of hours they're going to have, or are we going to just be trying to, you know, keep up? I mean, maybe not catching up, and then in the fall work. So I think parents might be really interested to know also what were some of the plans around that.
And I'll just build on that. So I would echo Dr. Serafin's points. Certainly when I read goal 5, or goal around academic success, and then priority 5, that certainly it's similar to what we had before, but the cohorts are just one measure, and they're missing really whether the students are getting the adequate supports and if they've learned. And what the cohort model misses is, additionally, on top of that, is that we don't have any of our youngest learners. There's no youngest learner cohort anymore. And so we're missing that, and there's particular concern around our youngest learners. But again, there's also a lot of concern around our secondary learners. This is once they take that course, they're done. That might be the last time they're really taking that particular course or that subject or that part of social studies, for example. And so to understand what they have missed, what they have not mastered. And back in the summertime, or last spring, we had these same concerns. A year ago, we had these same concerns, and we said in the fall, we would identify and we would fill in any gaps. And so now, so that should have happened already. We understand that there was a lot of attempt at testing and some fatigue and some, I'm not sure kind of what happened. And so overall, the plan, while it has a lot of emphasis on bringing students back in person, which is fine, there are plenty of students who are remaining in virtual learning. Plus, really what we're assessing is how effective has virtual learning, remote learning been for our students. And so that component, I think, is missing from this. So assessing going forward means, how have we done to date? How have we done in this past year? How have we done right by students? And determining what they need, whether it's filling in gaps. I mean, yes, let's not use a deficit model, but how do we continue to support them and bring them forward, both social emotionally as well as academically? So I think that there needs to be something else in the plan around that acknowledges the younger learners that aren't represented in the cohorts, and then our secondary students. And since we're kind of doing this, I would just say, I recognize in priority 6 that its graduation is much bigger than that, but we're missing actually the grade that's graduating this year. So this year's seniors were really not attended to as juniors. And I guess I'm gonna just build on it. This would have been in my turn, but I would say that it's really not so much just the increased percentage of students on track to graduate. It's that we're preparing students for their postgraduate plans. So yes, I want students to graduate, but I want them to be successful in the world. And so if we just get them out the door, that we have not accomplished our purpose. So I feel like that this section 5 and 6 could be more robust.
Francine, can I build on that?
Yeah.
That's exactly the direction I was going to head with some comments. My questions are, when I look at, I think it's 5 and 6, I have an old printout that says 6 and 7, but the ELA math and then the on track to graduate goals, I see this cohort focus. And if I were building a plan right now to get us laser focused on the things that had to be tended to for this year, one of those things is making sure we're effectively serving every kid. So I love the idea of focus. I love the first goal in this thing around getting kids back to in person if they need it or want it. But in addition, how do we make sure we're meeting the needs of each and every kid? I think there's some equity stuff that gets lost from this way that we focus. And by cohort focusing on these two goals, I'm worried that we're not focusing on all kids. And you do have goals in your return to school plan that are more comprehensive. So one of them is curriculum, including assessments and grading practices, are effectively providing students with a full year of learning. And what I want to note about that is, I don't think any of us were confused and thought we would have 100% of content, but I think there was an expectation that there would be enough learning to get to the next level, so that you're not having to repeat this year of learning. You can go into next year's learning and do more in context. Anyway, curriculum, including assessments and grading practices, are effectively providing students with a full year of learning, identifying and addressing learning loss and gaps, measuring, reporting, and increasing proficiency on standards. That is a goal that was written as part of the return to school plan. I think it might serve us better in terms of taking care of each and every kid than the academic goal focused on particular cohorts. And the second one that you have that I think does a similar good for us is systems of support are effectively identifying students who are not on track to graduate, providing and monitoring interventions that increase success. So that would take the kids who from this year and make sure that we're focused on them. And further, you have a return to school goal that says students have the information and support needed to successfully transition to the next level. It says particularly seniors, but we have lots of students translate to the next level. Those seem like things we would want to be focusing right now, and I'm surprised that they're not in the focus plan. So that's something that I'd like to understand better.
Yeah, and one thought that was that we had a nice growth measure, right? So in our annual plan under 2E, students in grades K through 12 will make a year's worth of growth. The district will develop indicator measures in key grades and subjects representing both elementary and secondary grades by the end of year 3, 2020, 2021. So that's now. So we've been waiting for this one for 3 years. And so it would seem that whatever those are could be used now, and be a really important part of that baseline for the fall. So rather than waiting until the fall, we use these that are developed for this year now, and then going forward. So I think the growth component is really important and kind of captures a lot of what the discussion has been. So it would be nice to see that still in the priorities. All right, so why don't we have kick off with another director to start. I think basically we're going to end up doing hitting each of the priorities, but we started with current 5 and 6. Anyone else want to get us going? Director Watson, can I call on you?
I'm having a few bandwidth issues, so yeah, I'm just kind of stewing over here because I know I said my big emphasis was health, you know, physical health and mental health. But as we start talking about the academics and some of the things that you all have just said really resonated with me, especially since with the high school and the kids who have lost so much in their last year or two of high school, or even their middle years of high school, because I know one thing that I'm very aware of is that the way our society is structured, K-12 is sometimes your last best chance at a liberal arts education, in the sense that you go off to, you know, college or the work world, and you select different courses and things, and you're probably not going to encounter a college education that won't have where you work on your literacy some more, but you might find a way, and people do, to avoid any further math or any further social studies or any further science. And one of the things that we really want, I think we want, is to have kids who are, you know, scientifically literate and have some awareness of, you know, history and the various social sciences, and they may not elect that ever again. So in a pandemic year, when we couldn't cover everything, I'm wondering, how can we assure ourselves that some of those that don't turn up in the goals, they're not going to necessarily turn up in an English language arts assessment or a math assessment, but some of that content, like we were saying, that chemistry or whatever it was that they missed, how will we identify that and build? Or do I just have to be sad, you know, for these kids?
So, Director Watson, can you summarize that in like maybe one sentence?
I'm worried about the
sad part, so that we
and the
can react
social
to it.
studies that they're missing out on, even though we always emphasize math and English.
Okay.
As secondary, more as secondary, because I think that the elementary, you know, will have that chance as they move up.
Okay.
I think that relates to one of the goals that someone has already, one of the comments that was made, and I can't remember if it was Director Wiest or Director Serafan, but talking about the idea that there is something worthy about understanding when a course is a terminal course. So it doesn't necessarily have a logical extension in the next year of learning. So how do we know what they missed in that content? And so I think if we focus it on what critical things have been missed, it does get captured. I mean, you asked the question of, should that disappear? Should you just deal with that? And I think the answer isn't about whether you should accept or deal with it. I think it's like, if we had to focus on something, where does that fall? And I think that the parts that are critical to the kids have to be tended to regardless of what course it is. And so that's where all this conversation we're having is coming in about identifying the missing pieces.
So maybe a renewed focus on just scientific literacy, regardless of which actual science class they happen to be in, something like that.
I think it could be, although I think the idea of that, calling them the terminal courses, but if that's the last chance time you're taking U.S. history, that's one of our kind of fundamental tenets of launching good citizenship into the world. Have those pieces been covered?
Government too, yeah.
Dr. Serafin.
Like to inject into, I think, Director Watson's sort of question, like what do we do about that, is that when I listened to, and I appreciated your answer, Ms. Collins, on the way we could build in assessments in the fall. I think the part that I come back to is one of the things I mentioned in both cases. It's a parent saying, I think my child did not get what they either needed, and this is not at all a critique of teachers, because I think their whole paradigm changed. All the tools they usually use changed, and they've had to adapt to it. So it's not about did the teacher fall short at all, but it may be the teacher did everything possible they could do, but the combination of the environment, everything else that was going on, a student may not have gotten where they thought they should have been. So what happens if we learn from the student? Like, I don't feel like I really understand geometry. And this could be part of a summer school. It could be part of something else, but I think it still means if we learn from the student that they feel like, let's say, my last chance at history, that was it. I'm not going to be taking another one, but I realize I don't really understand world history, and I wish I could have understood it better. I guess the question is, what will we do with that information? Because it does tie, maybe it's a tie between what I'm raising and what Director Watson's raising. Do we just say, okay, back to your original ask, we have to prioritize. So maybe we have to prioritize those things that are cumulative, subjects that are cumulative, and we have to ensure that these are the core ones. But I think I am injecting in here, it's possible that a student would feel that they did not really understand something, and perhaps it would not necessarily show up in the assessment for the class for which they were slated in the fall.
Right, so this is Director Reese, and I'll say that just to kind of tie your response back to Director Watson's response. One is there's very little of surveying the students on what they've learned, right? So there's some about their social emotional well-being. We're going to be surveying staff, we're going to be surveying families, but really what have the students feel like they've learned? And so I was thinking about the goal that isn't represented in the priorities, and that's goal 3. And although goal 3 has some specific aspects on how it's written, it's really the creators of their future world. And so I was thinking a lot about how are students feeling? Do they have a sense of agency? Do they feel empowered? Do they feel supported to achieve their goals? And so are we asking them that? And how are we supporting them in being able to do that? So if we understand what they feel like they've learned or haven't learned, or what they've missed, and being able to acknowledge that. There was a great article I read today about just acknowledging loss. Even if your loss may not seem as, great as someone else's loss, it is still a loss and needs to be acknowledged and figure that out. So not just deficit minded, but just really understanding that it is acknowledged and that we build from there. So are we really going to be, I believe we should be asking students. I also think that's something to reflect goal 3. And that empowerment and agency and the creators of their future world should be among the priorities. And when we put that in there as a priority, then we do have that student focus of saying we need to ask them. And so I think that might tie in the some of the other comments. Director Malik, did you want to respond to Director Watson's thoughts?
I don't have anything in particular to add at this point on that.
Okay. And then Director Chu, I know you provided some clarification. Did you have further comments? I wasn't sure if that was just a clarification or that was your comment as well.
Do you mean on what Director Watson provided?
Yes.
I think my further comment actually ties back into what you were saying, and that is that I do think it's a good thing to understand where students are free, but if I recognize the need for us to focus our efforts right now, really get laser sharp about things. I kind of wonder, like, so what is it we're focusing on? And the question that Director Serafan started us off with is one of the things we should be focused on. And some of the other goals I think that I brought in, which would be growth and transition for kids, have to be focused, included in the focus. So if we're trying to figure out where kids are missing things, it could really completely redefine something like our summer school program. Like, what opportunities are we providing for summer learning? And is it going to be on its head? Like, might we have seminars instead of, full to fill in gaps or something? Could kids, if we did survey kids like Director Wiest asked, could we identify places where kids feel particularly vulnerable in their, whether it's a technology class or US history class or whatever it is, and might those pieces help us deal with the missing pieces that kids have? I'm going to just keep using the term loss today because I haven't got a new term that feels right, but it isn't really loss, it's missing pieces. But that loss, if we could identify and address the missing pieces in the loss, we were doing due diligence to address these deeper spaces. And I'm wondering if other board members would feel similarly, or because, I mean, we can add back in goal 3 and goal whatever and whatever, like, but I think then you start to lose your focus opportunities. So how do we tie these together with the efforts that we really want to focus on? So that's where I'm trying to land with this.
Well, so this is Director Wiest. I'll make my main starting off comment. And so when I looked it over, that the growth piece and the student focus on, again, do students have that sense of agency, empowerment? Do they feel supported to achieve their goals? That was something that I just thought should be a priority. I also thought there should be something in remote learning, but I thought we could weave that in because it's the kind of part of the fundamentals. But the student focus, I think it weaves into several of the early priorities. I noted that everything got renumbered because the attendance one got dropped, which I think is fine because really we want engagement. But when we think about engagement, if we think about this as the building on, we really need to know where students are. So one way is those assessments, but another way is asking students, and it might not be as effective for a first grader, obviously, as a junior, but so this is a gradation, but having, empowering students, including them, and I think it serves some of the other priority areas as well, because when we look at, there's the one about peer connection, but what we also know is really important is that the students feel connected at all to their school community, and that includes, I believe, to a trusted adult, to really have someone who's there for them. And we don't really know that yet because we haven't really asked them enough about that. And so that's part of putting students there, like how that would be another part of the survey. And I think that's an important part. The one on coping skills, I think it's great to develop coping skills, but it seems very after the fact. Like there's a problem, you're a student who's been identified as a problem, so we're going to build your coping skills. Really, we want all students to have coping skills, to have a way, to have someone to turn to be ready before an issue arises, and not just brushed off like, well, you don't have an issue right now, and so we're not building your skill set. So I don't think that was the intention, but it did seem kind of after the fact. So I just feel if the priorities could have either be built in a way that has that's more of the student at the center, or we build that one specifically back in. So we're not adding a lot, but having something that says we are asking students, we are figuring out what they know, how they feel, are they empowered, are they connected, into one area. Would connect a lot of these goals, so there wouldn't be, you know, they're not all separate, they're not all distinct, right? There is interconnectedness, but consulting people would say you're not building a MECE framework, but that's okay for this, because we really want students to be at the center and interwoven into the various parts of our priorities. So that was my other thought. Oh, and then the last one that it ties into is that we have the current number 7, which is great to have staff report on how their efficacy is, but it is important to have some other corroborating perspective, right? So I could feel that I'm very effective public speaker, but if my audience didn't understand me at all, then I am not an effective speaker, despite how highly I might rate myself. So I think that having that, again, student perspective, really important there. And we are just not emphasizing them enough, I think, in these priorities. All right, responses.
Sure. I agree that a deeper student focus in the priorities is the right place for us to be accountable, and for the right place for us to be focused right now. We will obviously have to focus on supporting adults to be student focused, but I think your idea of something where we're ensuring that we know from our students what they need, I do think that could tie into the piece that was brought up by Director Serafin and Director Watson around the pieces around understanding where the kids' needs are. And what I'm trying to figure out is, I don't know if the staff are looking right now, but every time I came up with something missing from this top plan, I went back through the existing plans so that we weren't creating new things, to try to figure out what wasn't brought forward that maybe should have been brought forward. And I think that student focus is missing. And so asking for that student voice is important. I want to further point out that student voice is critical if we want to have equity. Our system, our knowledge, our understanding is not rooted in understanding all students sufficiently. And so one of the things that I do worry about, I know I see it in some of the cohort measures, but I don't know that that's sufficient. I just see like that we've dropped a lot of goals that were specific to subgroups. So I'm concerned about our students who are learning English. I'm concerned about our students with disabilities, particularly concerned about groups of students who are likely impacted disproportionately by the remote learning and COVID situation, and not having goals to really deeply address those needs. Again, if we were looking at identifying their needs as students and identifying their missing pieces and having a plan to address it, that might take care of that as well. So I keep going back to that place. So for me, that what you're saying still ties back to that item that was originally brought up.
Anyone else? Go ahead.
I don't know if I'm responding correctly in this round robin, but I'm back on the creators of the future world that we kind of lost, and some of the things I was just saying, and then people were responding and saying, you know, maybe we could ask the kids, you know, somehow in some kind of survey or something. And as I was thinking about that, I was thinking, what would I like to ask? You know, what is the goal really? I'm thinking about those high school kids, especially the juniors and seniors, and what would I like them to leave us with? And so I would like to ask them, you know, based on, you know, everything that happened and everything they learned all the way through, do they feel that they know how to participate in democratic governance, civics, voting? critical thinking, lobbying, you know, some question like that. Do you know how to read and interpret science articles with statistics and charts, especially in reference to climate change in the future world? Are you comfortable with using and creating technology? Can you express your ideas in writing? And do you know how to bridge and respect cultural differences and language differences? And I think that's what I'd like to ask them if I ever could.
Thanks. All right, Directors Malif or Sharafin, any responses to, I threw out a bunch of things on the remaining goals, but any responses there? All right, Director Malif? No? Then Director Malif, you're on mute, but why don't you respond and then kick us off with your thing?
Okay. Yeah, I was just going to echo Dr. Chu's comments on loss of the subgroups. And that will sort of lead me into my kickoff thing, which is I feel like most of this conversation has kind of centered around, it kind of all comes back to number 7 to me. Educators have the training, professional development support. We're talking about understanding what kids didn't learn or have lost. We are talking about, you know, developing new plans for summer school and all of this. The only way we're going to know that is through our teachers and through our educators and through the people that have their like eyes and ears and hands on the kids. And in order for, I feel like in order for educators to really feel that they have the professional development support and all that, that comes back to a lot of trust in the protocols that the district has developed, in trust in the administration in the individual buildings, and trust in the district as a whole to be giving correct, like communicating effectively correct information in a timely manner in a time that people need it. You know, I don't know how well to articulate this, but I sort of feel like a survey isn't necessarily going to be sufficient in that manner to really like feel that have teachers feel that they are heard. And right now, you know, it's this whole process of re-engaging. It's been a bumpy road for sure, and I know that everyone is operating with best intent, and everyone is operating, you know, from the place of what they really believe is the right thing to do. But it's been a bumpy road. And so I'm worried about that part, and I'm worried that our teachers won't have the bandwidth to give us the information we need. I don't think that surveys of students, I don't think that standardized testing in this kind of environment is going to give us accurate information. And so I really think that our teachers are going to be the most critical piece here. And I'm a bit worried about that.
All right, thanks. Comments? Director Chu?
Director Malif, I am curious as you say that. I agree with you that our teachers are going to need a tremendous amount of supports. When we were advocating today for funding from senators, I talked about the importance that the cost of education for the next couple of years is going to be increased. And part of the drive for that is that we're asking teachers to deal with teaching in a different way that addresses exactly the things we're talking about here. And that requires training. We're also expecting them to do that while they're trying to learn how to support traumatized students who have experienced trauma and who are experiencing milder events like depression and anxiety in their return and from these experiences. And it's going to take a good amount of support, training, and development opportunities for our teachers and time. So I couldn't agree with you more, but what I'm wondering is, what would you change about this goal, or how would you change this plan to reflect that need differently? And also, how would you make sure that the plan still stays about kids and meeting the needs of kids while supporting teachers so that they're able to also meet the needs of kids?
I would like to see a bit more about engagement of our educators, not just in terms of a survey, but you know, the process by which you know, the process by which educators are engaged to identify or to work on all the other measures that everyone else has been talked about for the last hour. I don't think I have a better answer than that.
So I'll just say, Director Weiss, I agree that about the points about being a critical piece, also recognizing there's a lot of burnout, there are a lot of demands, and that people are very passionate about their kind of positions and beliefs about what the best way of doing things are, but is when we keep student focused and students at the center and the best interest of students. I understand that people have different ideas on how that can be accomplished, but I think if we keep that foremost, it's really critical. But maintaining that trust and having everyone come to that agreement and recognition and understanding and, like you said, again, trust, that the students' well-being is at the center and that we are all working to that is essential. And so that will take an effort to get everyone there. Director Watson or Director Serafin?
I had a chance to cover, thank you, what I wanted to discuss, and I don't have anything additional. Okay. That was Seema Serafin.
Yeah. Director Watson, do you have any other comments on Director Malief's? And then otherwise, I think Dr. Chu, you still need to kick us off.
No, I think not.
Okay.
So I'll be super quick. My biggest concerns have, I think, been raised at this point. One is that I don't believe that the focus on cohort measures is ensuring that will attend to the needs of each and every student, nor does it focus on the needs that we really need to all be focused on right now. And I believe that there are 3 goals in the back return to school plan that could be pulled forward to take care of that. So that's my most specific piece. The second piece is that I still believe that this plan as written doesn't fully reflect the commitment and need to identify the missing pieces for kids, to focus on kids and to meet their needs. And the final thing I've brought up the equity thing. I believe it falls under that second piece of understanding the needs of kids and where they're at and what they need based on a variety of evidence. And multiple plans. It shouldn't all be one plan like to test in the fall. There have to be multiple strategies. And then the other thing that I do want to raise is that I do believe by dropping all of the supporting work that's being done, that is also contributing to the dropping of equity from this plan. So one of the things that we've said we've been working on the past few years is to remove silos. And so when I look at this plan and I see that a lot of the tier 2 goals that were to contribute to these things, like there was a lot of work done to fix connectedness among students. And there are tier 2 goals about that, like with students, I think with our students with IEPs, there was a goal to work on connectedness. With our athletics program, there was a goal to support connectedness. And by focusing just on these measures and dropping all the pieces that support them, I'm not convinced we're doing ourselves any favors, because the idea of figuring out how we all fit into the picture is important. But I can understand why we might want to do that this year. But I do think we need to make some changes before I would feel comfortable saying these are the only goals that we are going to focus on, both reporting and executing on and feeling accountable to for the end of the year.
Wow. It's a total conundrum, I think, because, you know, in one way, I really like the way this guy kind of neatly slimmed down and sort of felt doable and like, you know, we got something. But on the other hand, you know, you're rightly pointing out you know, things that were missing, and I'm pointing out things that were missing, and there's all these missing things. But so we're kind of stuck here in this place where we want it streamlined just so that it's achievable. But we keep wanting to add things back in.
I don't think that we have generally asked to add very much back in. When I look at all the notes, like I was supposed to take notes.
Oh, I
so
was just adding, you know, the future
Yeah.
world.
Oh, yeah. But
yeah.
I don't, I mean, but yeah, but I still think there are ways to add some of these points in a focused way that's consistent with the approach.
So Director Maloney for Director Serafin, do you have comments on Director Chu's point? No? Okay. So yeah, I'll just say that I think the point, and when we get to discussing 0300, which we'll get to very soon, I think we just need to have clarity on what those reports will look like, because when we're saying we're not necessarily having a whole report on tier 2, the goals, it doesn't mean in my eyes, and I think this is a little bit of what Dr. Chu was saying, that within that priority, I would want to then see a report on all of the departments that are working in their efforts towards connectedness or towards this area. So, and that I also wrestled with, are we losing parts of our populations that we look at specifically to make sure that they're receiving supports? So on the one hand, they don't seem as reflected, except some of the stuff is disaggregated. But on the other hand, if the final report we get still includes that, so we still see a report from what is our special education department doing with regards to these academic goals? What are we doing for our English language learners, et cetera? And so I'm seeing that in my mind as part of the report, but we will need to get clarity and agreement that that is actually what's happening in the report, because I'm hearing in some of the discussions, maybe yes, maybe no. So I think, why don't we, Deputy Superintendent Collins, why don't you summarize kind of what you've heard, and does it tweak anything in this plan? And then we'll also hear from Director Chu if there's something that seems to be missing in your summaries, and then we need to decide if we're voting on something.
Okay, that was a great conversation. You can see how hard it is to take something so big because we do want to do all of these things, and they're all important to our kids ultimately. The biggest part that you were wrestling with of, but what did kids miss? And, you know, like, do they really understand history? We've never had a way to know that. Never had a way systemically where we know what kids have missed. We make assumptions about what was taught and what kids learned, and that they did learn it if they passed the class, but we have never had a way to say, did every kid learn in every class to the level that we would want? We've never had that. So we're not going to have it now either. That's not feasible. We're not going to have that. The best we can do is to support our teachers, and to Dr. Maleef's point, they don't have the bandwidth to try to create something today, tomorrow, the next day, maybe this summer. And particularly if we do a summer institute, which is something that you're going to be hearing about from some of our priorities that'll come out of the SCAC. But I do want to emphasize, it's not that we don't want to know and we don't want to do something about it, but we've never had that. We're not going to have it now. The best we can do, which I think is an opportunity, it's an opportunity at this moment in time, is to train our teachers on, and not all of them need training on this, but to train our teachers on formative assessment and how you know at the beginning of the year where kids are and how you build on that and how you do cycles so that you do get kids on track. But kids are coming from different districts. They're coming from different schools as they feed into the middle schools and the high schools. They're coming from, maybe I've had a new teacher, maybe I had a veteran teacher, like they're getting varied experiences, even though we have common curriculum. So to think that we would know what kids missed or did or didn't learn at the end of the year in every subject area is is really not likely. I don't want to sound defensive about that. I'm just trying to paint the reality. And our and Dr. Malief's point, our teacher, like, we cannot ask them, put this on their shoulders right now. That just, when we really just want them to welcome kids back in person, and we want them to do it effectively, and we want to support them in doing that. So that's that part. I hear you that we want kids to have voice and agency, and that I think needs, like, when we do our strategic plan refresh, I hope that really pops. And I think it can pop now. And I think there's a lot of things we're doing in order to get student voice and agency into the classroom, into the system. What you heard from the student who presented at the flag salute and did our opening. Yes, there are lots of new opportunities for us to get student voice, and we need to continue to build on that, not only, you know, at the system and the district level, but down into the classroom. So I agree with you on that. And it's unfortunate that we don't have a goal around that, but we don't, and I wouldn't suggest adding a new one right now. But keeping in mind that that is a great strategy, having student voice, that we should be continually thinking about, and it better informs our work. It absolutely better informs. There was a question that I heard that I think is an important one, and I want to comment on it, which is you know, our in that number 7, that where our teachers are saying, sure, I have what I need to be effective. I'm very effective. I feel like I'm very effective. And is there another data point we collect? Yes. In our panorama, students actually do give feedback to their teachers on pedagogy. So they do respond. There are questions about instruction in panorama, but that goes to the teacher level. We don't see it in that way. That was one of the things in terms of building trust, which I also heard acknowledged as super important, that we don't look at it in that way for our teachers. So we have to collect data in other ways about the effectiveness of the instruction down to the teacher level, but it isn't through the student voice in that way. So those were some of the things that I heard. I also heard particularly from Dr. Chu. I don't know how others felt about it, but I heard it from Dr. Chu several times about 3 of the goals in the return to school that are particularly important, and could those be priorities that we could lift and maybe substitute some of maybe the ELA and math goals, so that we're not like just piling on more, but that we would say, okay, let's not report on this thing because this seems right at this time for this year a more important area. And it was the one about curriculum, including assessments and grading practices, the one about systems of support, and the one about students having the information and support they need to transition. So I did hear those 3, and I would be very happy to hear from the rest of the board if they agree, and if you want us to change out some of these areas. And I would ask please to consider, if you want to add those, are there any others we could strike?
Okay, Director Chu, you want to summarize, or was there things that you feel need to be elevated?
Could we let people answer Eva's Deputy Superintendent Collins' question first, please?
Yep.
Well, I'll just say that if I would like to see the growth one from the original plan still incorporated, and I think that if we have that look at growth, if that continues to be there, then a lot of the other elements will be attended to some extent. And I hear what you're saying, that we haven't had it before, but it was the direction that we're moving into, and it was essential. And part of having a disrupted environment is to say we are not going back to historical school. It didn't work before for a lot of kids. We didn't have a good understanding of what kids were learning. We are committed to doing that. We are in a disrupted environment, and this is what we need to do. So, you know, on the one hand, yes, I understand that there is burnout. It has been difficult and challenging, but we're going to still have, many of our students are going to stay in remote learning. And so we can't just say, well, we're not going to be doing any of this because some of them are coming back in person. So that's one thing. And then the other is that we have had these students this whole year. And so these are all things that should have been happening with instruction, maybe in a different way, maybe altered, yes, with these challenges, but we cannot just completely say, well, we have no idea. Like, these are effective instructional practices that should have been happening. And if they haven't been, we need to acknowledge, address that.
Francine, can I just ask a question about that and also point one thing out? On the AP, the annual plan goal 2E, students in grades K-12 will make a year's worth of growth. That's the goal that you're talking about, correct?
Yes.
Yeah, so for this year, the only thing that we had committed to on it was coming up with some measures, but not even necessarily baselining them. So if we were baselining them and coming up with clarity around that, I see your point. But since all we're doing is identifying a measure, which we probably should continue with if possible, but will that really do the work of making sure all those K-12 students are learning this year? I'm sort of wondering, like, why you think that will do it. And then the other thing I do want to point out is on the 3 goals that I talked about pulling back in, one of them specifically says identifying and addressing learning loss and gaps. So that's something that came up again and again and again in this conversation, and that would bring it back into the space.
So we could do that. I just don't want to lose the growth, because that's fundamentally why we're here for students. I mean, as we support all their other needs, it's to get them up that, Maslow's hierarchy to the learning and self-actualization. So that's why we're here, and I don't want to drop it and just say like it's not important. It is a priority. It may be challenging. It may not get it looks like we're dropping the red, yellow, green light. So, it may not be, but I think that is the purpose, and it needs to be central to what we're doing. And the idea was that these metrics should have been developed for this year, so we could already start using them. If you're really like, we won't have them until June 27th, that's unfortunate, but I think they need to be on everyone's mind so that we hit the fall running. I'm just concerned that a year ago, I was asking these same questions and we were going to have them for the fall of 2020. It is now the spring of 2021, and we haven't done any of the things that we said in spring of 2020 that we would do in fall of 2020. So I have to say, I know how I'm coming across, but I am concerned that it will not happen again come fall. And the very little that I can at least say is put it in the priorities so that we at least know that we're thinking about it every day, so that we have a better shot of making it happen this time around. We've already lost a year. I don't think we can lose any more time.
So I think that's a good opportunity, because I think we can always do a status on the growth piece, but I do want to say that we have been working on the growth piece. It is part of 2E. Remember, we were using all the adaptive softwares that we've had in place. And I think the challenge for us now is that we've had real variability around student use of the adaptive softwares. And we've done a lot of work to try to correct that this year and try to support that. But I would just say it's been very difficult in this remote learning situation to really get it where we want it to be. And so we definitely have been doing work. That was the overall plan, but our students are not using it enough. And I can give you a very specific example where it is on my mind every day, because I am supporting a student right now in our adaptive software support plan that we have in place. I'm actually supporting a 10th grade student, and he should be using ALEC for Algebra 2. He has not been using ALEC 2 for his course. He's way behind. He's only mastered 8 of the 256 concepts he should have. And so it's really led to questions of inquiry and what we call the power and question of one, around what is going on with this one student that's reflective of our other students. And there's a lot to be learned in there, from what he's had to deal with, during this pandemic, the level of supports he's received, the level of supports he hasn't received, and looking at his other grades and having conversations with them around what has been the difference. I would say that one of the things that we have to really be working on across the board is how we continue to build relationships with students, how we continue to build relationships teacher to teachers. And so it's been a learning process for us, but I can tell you that We have done some work in that space. It has not been enough. We don't have enough usage on these adaptive softwares that we were using. I think there's still a lot of promise. So we're continuing to do the work on those areas, but they have not met the answer, or they have not met what we would want to have in place at this time due to the usage.
But, and so just to that, like, I understand, and I don't want to be obtuse. I understand the need for focus and priority and getting some things done for our students. But as you pointed out, we're expecting a student to learn 256 pieces of just one of his 7 courses. And so there are a lot of things that we ask of our students, and we are here for our students. And if we expect that he can learn 256 things in one course, then I think that as a district, we can have multiple things that we are working towards that meet the needs of all students. So I don't want to just say, well, I'm sorry, we can't have more than 10 things.
So before I give the summary that you asked for, I don't think we've heard from Carolyn, Erica, and Seema on whether or not they would be inclined to add any of the goals back. And if it would be helpful for me to say what they were, let me know, but otherwise it would.
Yeah,
So there are 3 goals that I suggested, and there is one that Francine is talking about. Francine's talking about the goal from the annual plan, which is goal 2E, and it says students in grades K through 12 will make a year's worth of growth, and the specific measure for this year was coming up with a plan to measure that. The 3 goals that I was saying that were in our return to school plan that our district staff wrote that they have been, I think I have been focusing on and doing work towards, that I think are very relevant to this conversation are curriculum, including assessments and grading practices, are effectively providing students with a year of learning, identifying and addressing learning loss and gaps, measuring, reporting, and increasing proficiency on standards. The second was systems of support, or effectively identifying students who are not on track to graduate and providing and monitoring interventions that increase success. So that would focus on this year's graduates. And then the third is students have the information and support needed to successfully transition to the next level. So that's another each and every student, like what is their next level and do they have what they need to transition? And we put some amazing effort into that work last year that I think paid off. It's part of what guided the work we did to have all hands on deck calling and reaching out to students and looking at kids who weren't on track to graduate, et cetera. So I think those are the ones that I'm putting forward.
Okay, thanks for clarifying, and I am open to all of those, but I wanted to add a few comments about the year's worth of growth, because I'm reminded of a conversation that a somewhat difficult conversation I had with one of our teachers who was really concerned about the year's worth of growth in the pandemic environment, given, you know, the fluctuating schedules, the less contact time, the online thing, the hybrid thing. She just really thought that year's worth of growth was problematic. And I reassured her that I believe that it meant that the curriculum department and others had gone through and had kind of like streamlined the expectations, knowing that it was a pandemic year, as to what a year's worth of growth means in a pandemic. So I'm just saying that I think for the year's worth of growth, I feel like this year it's a pandemic year's worth of growth, and to see what people think about that.
So I'll just add, you know, I'm reminded, Dr. Chu, by your comments that back in, I want to say it was early summer, I can't quite remember, we had a very lengthy conversation in which it was sort of established that, like, you know, the main goal for our students was they are ready for what's next, you know, whatever that is, whether that's college, whether that's they're, you know, leaving for a career, whether it's US history after world history or whatever it is, but they are ready for what comes next. And so to me, that is what is meant by a year's worth of growth at this point. And it was sort of like, that was a very intense and long conversation. And I think we all were in agreement at that time, like, this is what we want. And so the other things that Dr. Chu mentioned, you know, around the graduation plan, I think that's, you know, it's not explicitly called out here, but I can't imagine it would be too onerous to include, since it's sort of included already, students on track to graduate. But that's sort of the main thing. The students are ready for what's next.
Okay, Director Serafin, do you have comments?
I'm trying to just sort of process across everybody's comments. I was reminded of the same thing Dr. Malif brought up about ready for the next, you know, what comes next. I think the only thing I wanted to clarify, so when I'm talking about how do we sort of help students catch up, whether you talk about that as, you know, let's make sure it's not a deficit model, let's talk about it this way. I agree, there's different ways we can talk about it. I am not suggesting that we pile on to a teacher's, I would say, ever-growing list or remit for the next class. It's actually the opposite. I'm saying I don't see how they're going to come in September or see their student ready to, let's say, learn Algebra 2 and have to now say, well, let me take a step back and figure out, did you actually did you capture what you needed that was the prerequisite for this class, or did you not? Because I think we can imagine that two students may have had the same, they may have been even in the same class, but one may not have been able, for a variety of reasons, to be where they need to be to start the school off on the right foot, and the other one might. And so I am not looking to that, I'll call it poor teacher, who's got to now teach the next class to try to figure out, well, how do I make up for what was missing for you from last year? What fell through the cracks because of a variety of reasons, and also teach what I had planned to teach. I'm thinking, well, we should assume that this last year was not optimal. We can probably don't have to stretch our imagination to say that probably we did not hit goals as we may have wanted to for each and every student. So if we know that, what should we do preemptively so that we don't saddle teachers, either saddle with them with like a horrendous year starting this fall, or have any given student chronically feel behind, that they never got caught up. And therefore now they're in a worse spot. They take fewer challenging courses or whatever their ultimate goal had been. And I will just add, I think that is particularly important to Director Watson's point. In classes or subjects where you don't already feel like you're very good at it and you're kind of taking it to be well-rounded, all you need is just one really bad experience and you're like, yeah, I'm not good at this. And I think those are the biggest losses on some level. You know, students may persevere where they know they have an interest or a passion. They may put their time into it, but it would be a real loss if a student for the first time, you know, took a class and let's say they knew their passion was in writing, but they thought, let me take a science class, and a harder one, and they just said, okay, I'm done with physics. It may have nothing to do with the subject matter. It may have just been that this was a particularly hard year. So that's, I think that my meta point though, Ms. Collins, is not to suggest that it's all should be added on as a to-do list, you know, like a growing honeydew for the poor teacher, but rather that that we find as a district a way to take that almost off their plate and to say, well, what do we do in conjunction in the fall to the regular classes if the student wants it? What do we do during the summer? At what point do we say, we recognize this was a hard year, so let's find a way to help you?
So Director Serafin, if we were to add the goal in from the return to school plan that includes the bullet that talks about identifying and addressing learning loss and gaps, would that help ensure that we paid appropriate attention to that?
I think so. I think so. Right. It could.
So, Does that give you enough of an answer, Eva? It feels, sorry, Ms. Collins, it feels as if we have some general support from the board for adding some of this stuff. You asked us about what to take away. I'm not sure anyone gave you that. I do think that the cohort-based goal on ELA and math is maybe, you know, in some ways you could use that data to report on the providing students with a year of learning. And I would recommend removing the word full if you carry over that goal, just because I think it conveys a confusion point for people. And I think that Dr. Malief captured it exactly as we all intended, which is a year of learning is a year of learning that enables the student to move to the next level. And that seems to be consensus on, I thought, board and staff side. Is that correct? Is that a staff consensus as well? Or not, that a year of learning is enough to move to the next level? I don't know. That's what we had talked about together.
I think we said we were ambitious in hoping and believing that our kids would get a year of learning, and we don't know that that's really possible in what they've received this year. Like, to say a year, yeah, it's been a year and they've learned something, but not a year of learning compared to what they would have ordinarily learned is not.
But we're not saying compared to what they ordinarily would learn. No one is saying that.
Right.
So we're half hour over on time and we haven't gotten to 0300. And I know there was a request from the district to try to get this done at this meeting because of the April reports, but I think we really need to move on. And so directors, even if we, take a little bit from our break and go into executive session time, we're going to be behind because we need time to talk about item 7. So what we could potentially do, it would be right before the April meeting though, would be to try to add time to our next development workshop, because it does relate to that, because we're doing the strategic plan discussion and part of this relates to that, and add in half an hour to conclude this discussion and talk about 0300 and what would go in the reports. And that would also give some time for the district to take back the comments that were brought here and see if they could be woven in, because it does seem like the 3 that Dr. Chu had brought up, one of them around graduation can be woven into, I think it's number 6 with about graduation, and then the other 2 about the effective curriculum and that students are successfully transitioning could be woven in probably to number 5, or perhaps it becomes either 5A, 5B, or new 5, 5 and 6, or something like that to reflect the growth and the moving on to the next level. So we could do that at the board development, or we just bring it back up at the April meeting.
Yeah, because if we were going to vote on something, we need like a clean document,
Right,
that captures it all.
So I would be inclined to try at the board development workshop, we add potentially another half hour. We'll look at people's schedules, add a half hour, have actually the discussion on kind of the strategic plan refresh. We'll decide if we do this one first or the strategic plan refresh, but build in time to vote on it, and then also give the district time to look back at 0300 again, since it seems like there were some inconsistencies, and maybe Dr. Chu, you can point out where those were, so we can kind of set the expectations of what the reports would look like.
Could we just spend like 2 minutes to get just a clear summary from Dr. Duran about the intent of the modifications, not the minutia of the modifications, but the intent of the modifications? My takeaway from this conversation and the materials presented is that the intent is that we would be reporting solely both in progress monitoring and summary reporting for the rest of the year, solely focused on these goals. And that's the ask, to effectively change the annual plan and return to school plan, well, the annual plan, which did capture the return to school plan, to be this set of goals, and that the reporting accountability would be solely for these set of goals, and that we would be looser about how the reporting was done. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Just a set of goals.
So I'm going to motion to table to a time certain, which is the March 31st Board Development Workshop, the remainder of item 5. Can I get a second?
Sure.
Okay, is there any discussion?
I think we should acknowledge the amount of work that the staff put into this. I think it was a gargantuan effort to get us this focused to this point, and really appreciate the conversation tonight, and hopefully we can just land and keep moving. And I assume that they will use the feedback we've already given them for motion from here between now and then.
Yeah, I definitely recognize that it's been a process that's been going on for some time, and then it's basically squishing what usually takes several months for the annual plan and many discussions of the board of directors to get to. So although there was an ambitious goal to get it done at this meeting in the short amount of time, realistically, considering how long it usually takes and how important this work is, and the desire not to leave any student out of these plans, it makes sense to do one more iteration and then do the vote.
We're getting a question. We're getting a question just saying that there are board reports probably scheduled for April, and my individual thoughts as a board member are that if there are board reports scheduled for April outside of the combined set of the goals that have been presented to us, plus the few that we asked to be reconsidered, that the district should not be putting effort into writing those reports at this time.
Any other comments?
Is that something but they need direction. So is there any way for us to collectively give some at least input on that tonight?
Yeah, that would be really helpful, because I think, again, going back to the whole purpose and trying to get this down to our top priorities is so that our team could be focused on one, in-person returns and getting everybody right where they need to be and everything that's going on. There's a lot of moving parts. We have summer school and then the planning for the fall. So that would be very helpful if we had some clarity on that, because otherwise looks like there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 reports that would be coming out.
All right. Well, I think we need more time to discuss it, but I will put my motion aside for a moment and we can get a quick round robin. My perception is, as Director Chu asked, a summary, and then for your confirmation, Dr. Duran, what I would like to see in the reports is that we have a report that is essentially on the goals, which are now the goals plus certain priority areas, and that all of the kind of tier 1 and tier 2 speak to those priorities. So it's not that tier 2 gets entirely dropped per se, right? There can still be, if there's something that, when I look at this list, there's something on CTE, early learning, counseling, certainly counseling, instructional technology, advanced learning, that relate to the priority areas, that those are still rolled up. They may not be as in depth as all of 0300 calls for, but that they're still acknowledged, and that the efforts that are supporting students that lead to these priorities are still captured, so that that work is clear, and we see how all of the departments and efforts of the district are driving towards improvement for students in the priority areas identified.
So is your recommendation to staff that they focus any reports that are being done in the April timeframe with the making an assumption that these are the goals that we're going to focus on, and so they should be reporting solely on their work to support those goals?
I think that's that's my perception of the direction that we're moving in, and kind of overall in general how the reports should be driving towards our main goals, right? There are lots of other measures that are in the annual plan, but we have 5 main goals. After this, it sounds like we might only have 3, but right now we have 5. Director Watson, what's your comment?
I don't seem to have one at the moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
Director Serafin, Director Malif on the reports?
just chime in. I would agree that the focus for staff should be reports that tie into the priorities presented and the discussion tonight. And if there are ones that are outside of that, then that shouldn't be a priority right now.
I would echo that.
Yeah. So I did have a thing that I was working on, which was some of the things we threw out there about the workshop. So we're going to be working on the remainder of item 5 and some 0300, and I'm going to be looking for, or maybe we have access to, what is the master list of reports that we're expecting, and and then looking at how we would eliminate or trim some of those. And then I just captured your notion of reporting on these goals, reporting on goals, but as they relate to these top priority areas. Just trying to get some notes together for what work we're gonna do in the future.
Yes. Director Chu, do you want to comment?
I think I've made a lot of comments at this point. My concern is right now that we give the staff some direction, which is effectively, we agree with your goals, and we had a few others we'd like you to put in there. And if you considered the full set of that and constructed reports and actions and anything going on around that, then we are in a good place. I hear what I actually think is not being fleshed out here is there's actually a request to say, not only do we want to slim down the areas of reporting, we'd like to have fewer reports, and maybe these tier 2 goals don't each need their own independent report. So do you really want us to get started on an independent report on all these areas right now? That's the question that I feel like staff is trying to ask us right now. And I don't think we're giving them a clear answer. And so my inclination, because I do believe they should be laser focused on this work, including that tier 2 work that supports it, but laser focused on this work, my inclination would be to suggest that we be willing to take a delay in when reports are ready so that they don't have to start anything until we pass whatever it is we're going to pass in terms of modifying 0300 on March 30th, 31st, whatever the heck the date is. And that we tell them, don't put any effort into reporting on these extra things right now.
Dr. Reese, I have adjusted the plan, and I will send it to whomever it makes sense for me to send it to. Maybe it's to you, Dr. Reese, or to the entire board, based on the comments that I heard and based on the 3 things that I heard. And I made some adjustments, and it's just basically the return to school plan, but I've adjusted it so that you can see like which are annual plan goals, and maybe we can start from there next time.
Okay, that sounds fine. So I'm seeing that there's some concern about staff that the focus actually is going to make more work, and so that it's not.
Yeah, I think, I don't know if Melanie needs to chime in or not, but I think that it's not clear for me. I don't think it's clear for our team, and I think it actually would create more work for us, and it would probably be easier for us just to do all the reports the way that they are. And that's not what, I think it's going to be a real challenge. So I don't know, Melanie, if you want to speak up, go ahead, because I know you play such a central role in getting all this stuff organized.
So before she does, I think when are those reports due? Because we would not consider them until the second meeting in April, which is April 20th. So that's still
they're due around April 10th, and so people are starting on them right now, right? Like, I think that's the point I'm making.
So I think fundamentally the work is happening, and so the work needs to be focused, and then the reports can be written after that time. But if from the comments that we have, there isn't clarity, and it seems like it's going to be more work, I hesitate to say just don't do anything, because the work should still be happening. The reports, we've been streamlining kind of the reports, giving people option to do PowerPoint versus written. So whichever one works well, there should still be internal calibration and assessment. Is what we're working? Was what we're doing working? If not, why not? What do we do next? If it is working, you know, what do we continue? What do we need to augment? How are we going to support that? All of that work needs to be happening anyway and is being used internally. How it's written up for the board of directors is another piece of it, but all of the work happens regardless. So I would say we will meet again on March 31st and we will vote at that point. It sounds like they're due.
So they're due on the 8th. We can't tell them tonight to have them due on the 20th, and then they could start writing them on the 1st after the March 31st meeting.
Well, then we can't consider them on the 20th. They could be due slightly later.
Huh?
So if the board wants to instead, it sounds like we should have just discussed it at this point. The whole point was to move the meeting on. Okay, so
I think an important.
Well, I just wanted them to know what they're doing, and not spin.
So why don't we just then, we can suspend the one part of the 0300 that requires the reports to be done by a certain time. Dr. Chu, you can find that. And then perhaps they can be due on April 12th or April 13th. So that's the Monday or the Tuesday. So that's 1 week prior to the board meeting instead of the 8th.
Can you clarify?
5 days.
Can we possibly take 1 minute before we move on to hear from Melanie McGee, because she's had very specific input, and I asked in the chat if we could hear from her, and I don't know if that's a good idea or not, but I just want to put out there, I think she has some very specific suggestions and it may be worth hearing.
That's fine.
Thanks, Seema. I'm happy to speak. This is Melanie McGee, Director of the Program Office, and I was seeking some clarity on the reports that are coming up for our April 20th board meeting. I had posted in the chat that there are several coming up. Our primary focus is around academic success, which would typically include our annual plan goals 2 and 3, as well as some tier 2 goals around CTE, early learning, counseling, instructional technology, advanced learning, as well as our goals around exceptional staff, which is goal 4, and budget and finance. And what I heard you say in your discussion is perhaps for those reports, we could structure them to be about the main goals that we've just talked about tonight. I heard an ask that for tier 2 that it get folded into some of the main goals, but I wasn't sure what that would actually look like as we report on them. And so that was the clarity that I was trying to seek. We have been writing reports for each of these individual ones and sharing progress with how they're doing on the annual plan goals they currently have listed in the plan. They're not currently rolled up to one of the main themes that would be in the top 8, 10, 11, however many we've landed on tonight. So that was the clarity I was hoping for. And while I know it sounds like a simple thing to just put it into a report and share it with all of you, we have a whole internal review process that we go through that takes time for each of the different stakeholders to have an opportunity to weigh in, for different people to have a chance to review. And I was concerned that if we waited until March 31st to make a decision about whether or not to move forward, it doesn't allow that much time for the district to develop a robust report that's meaningful and useful to guide a discussion for you on the 20th. So one proposal I have is perhaps on the 20th, we could keep the theme of academic success, which currently would be goal 2. And if you're comfortable with us sharing based on the data that we have and how are things going for kids, are we making progress, are we not? What are some of the different things that we've been working on? Are we getting momentum? You know, we could keep it structured as we've had it before. And then if we could suspend reporting on the additional tier 2, because many of the same folks who are working on these reports are deeply, deeply involved in the implementation teams that are figuring out all of the logistics of bringing our kids back to school right now. And so it's a trade-off if we want them working on reports or if we want them working to get kids back in school.
So I think what you described is what we've been asking for, right? We have 5 goals and they should all be working towards that. The April 20th meeting is around goal 2. So all of the efforts of the district that are around goal 2 can be reported on in that report. If it's going to be restructured in terms of these priorities later on, we'll figure that out, but the priorities, even then, there's the academic success goal, essentially, which is goal 2. So that remains the same. We've asked for some clarity around that in terms of looking at growth and things like that, but overall, it's still goal 2. So I think what you summarized in the middle part of your statement is analogous to my request.
Okay, so I hear yes, proceed with goal 2. How about tier 2? Separate reports for all of the tier 2 goals, or suspend those for now while we work on the top priority list on March 31st.
Directors, do you have comments? I think it's all folded into goal 2.
I have a comment. I think that if you want to have fewer reports to do, you fold all the supporting work into the primary report, and that the primary report should be anchored on the updated top goals or something. But I as you said, working that out is a whole bunch of more details, and like we don't want, like, the last thing we need to do right now is have staff spinning on reporting approach. Right now, staff needs to be focused on bringing kids back to school, figuring out what their learning missing pieces are, meeting their SEL needs, and serving each and every student as fast and efficiently and effectively as we can. So the ask here is to take ambiguity and work off the plates of staff that don't fit with that. And it feels like we're not coming to consensus. And if we can't, I think we're going to leave staff two more weeks of not focusing.
Right. Well, I'm not clear where there's not consensus, right? So the reports are not reports for the board. They're the reports to drive the work of the district. So whatever work of the district is being driven on goal 2 goes into that report. If you want us to specifically at this point suspend that, then we have to have a discussion of O300, and we really need to move on. So I'm hearing that there is consensus based on what Ms. McGee has said. The middle portion of what you said and your vision of it is aligned with what I've said. I think it's fairly aligned with what Dr. Chu has said and what some of the other directors have said. So I'm not sure where I'm going to just end this discussion, because I think we've covered it, and I'm going to go back to my motion, which is we table the remainder of 5 and move on.
Sure, that we covered it, because I don't want her to walk out of here feeling like she's got to, scramble and spin for no good reason.
She had a proposal. I said that's aligned with what I said.
Okay,
seems like
so are we
Dr.
going to be
is as well.
suspending those tier 2 reports?
No, we didn't do anything like that. We didn't do anything about O300. We'll do that on the 30th or 31st. In order to vote on this, I would like to ask the superintendent a question. I appreciate that Seema seconded this motion. Sorry, Director Serafan. Dr. Duran, can you clarify, do you feel like you have enough understanding to avoid unnecessary work and detailed in reporting at this time, so that the next 2 weeks can be focused on the right stuff before we have that workshop?
I don't think so. I feel like we would end up with a report that would be a very huge report. It would be a mega report. And I don't know Melanie, if it's easier for us just to go back to the reports that we had them, because at least we have those formats down and we know what they need to look like. But it feels like it would be still a pretty substantial piece of work that we would be undertaking.
So why don't we do this? I heard Ms. McGee make a proposal. I am aligned with that proposal. Other people are perhaps not aligned with that proposal. So Ms. McGee, if you could write that out. In the meantime, for the rest of this, okay, what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to table to a time certain, which is after item 7, the rest of this discussion. And at that point, we could table it to March 31st if necessary. So I would like to amend the motion, table to after item 7.
I second.
Okay, any discussion?
I second. No discussion.
All those in favor? Aye. Okay, the amendment. All those in favor of any further discussion on the motion? None. All those in favor of the main motion as amended? Aye. Okay, we're all set. So we are going to move on to our agenda, which is a break. However, we do have a staff member who has a report that was requested by one of our directors on the budget. So I would like to do that and then we can take a break. So Dr. Durant, I believe Deputy Superintendent DeVita has an update for us on the budget.
That's correct.
And I just want to thank Deputy Superintendent DeVita, because I think I was the reason you're doing this, and I appreciate it. And I will just give context that Deputy Superintendent DeVita has done, I think, an exceptional job of leading us in the finance space. She has thought ahead, she plans well, and she has an insight that I think is really hard to find. I think one of the challenges we continue to see in our district, and we see this in PTSA council meetings even, and these are folks who are actually very engaged, but even in context where parents are very engaged, there are some ongoing myths about how any given school district in our state gets its money. What is the relevance of where you live in terms of how much money you get? I would love to have that covered, meaning your taxes versus the levies, capital bonds, but also what things have changed in the pandemic. Anything people could know top of mind about the federal legislation. I know Dr. Chu has done a tremendous amount of work in this space. We may come back to that later. But finally, I would like Ms. DeVita to also cover something that I don't think has been discussed enough, which is as families do not re-enroll in our district, there are impacts to our budget. And one of the things we have talked about, maybe we can, yeah, there's a lot in the chat. As families have not re-enrolled, or if they do not re-enroll, it has implications not just for our budget, but our budget is primarily payroll. So I don't know if people realize that our budget and students going elsewhere has direct implications for hiring or retaining our current staff, including teachers and other staff. And I want to make sure our community is mindful of that. So I thought, since you and I had discussed this and you made that clear to me, it was very insightful, and I thought it'd be beneficial for others to hear you walk through it.
Thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. I'm gonna go ahead and share my screen, if that's possible, Mike. I'm hoping it is. Is that working? Okay. So thank you for giving me this opportunity. I always like to talk about school finance. I find the topic really exciting. Most people do not, so it's near and dear to my heart. You know, and as we begin to reopening schools, there's a number of things coming together that are creating a really volatile environment for us. And with respect to the financial picture of the district moving forward. For a long time, we've had a very stable financial picture, and so I think it's really important to talk about this and to put this forward. We now find ourselves facing kind of the trifecta in school funding, which is dropping enrollment, as we saw last year, and I'm concerned about dropping enrollment in the 21-22 school year, increasing costs and greater student needs. And so all of those things have been part of your conversation this evening, and so I really do appreciate the opportunity to talk through this. I only have about 6 slides, so I'll just kind of walk through them, and then hopefully we can talk a little bit more about them. And these are the 5 key points that I really want people to understand as we walk through this. Enrollment, enrollment, enrollment. Enrollment is the underlying driver of 95% of our operating revenue. When McCleary's solution came into place, our revenue depends even more on enrollment than it ever has, especially for us running our school district on a day-to-day basis. So as students leave, we do get less revenue, which means we have less money to pay teachers and others, educators, support staff, everybody. Property taxes fund more than just schools. So I know that people associate property taxes with schools, and in other states, there's a stronger relationship because other states have other taxes that they use to fund other parts of their government. Here, property taxes is one of our primary ways, not only at the local level, but also at the state, city, county level. Yeah.
Can I just put one pin in that? There is often a belief that if I live in Bellevue and therefore I pay higher taxes than, say, someone who lives in Federal Way, that proportionately more of my tax goes to Bellevue School District because I live here than it does to, let's say, Federal Way. Can you, in finance terms, just explain why that's not a correct assumption?
Yeah, and I will get to that. So
yeah,
pin
okay,
that, and I will get to that in a second, okay? Because there's things that the state put in place to say that's not really true. Property taxes for schools don't all go to our local schools. Some go to the state for redistribution. Some come to us locally, some go to the state. State law limits how much we can collect from our local taxpayers. So what you will find is our rates are lower, even though our assessed value on our homes are higher. But generally, our tax rate per 1,000 is lower than in Federal Way or other places. So if you start looking at their tax rates, their tax rate just for their enrichment levy could be $2.50 per 1,000, whereas ours is closer to 60 cents per 1,000. So big difference in the tax rate there. And then lastly, and this is really dealing with funds that are coming from the federal government, they are being distributed based on Title I appropriations, which is not recognizing all the needs of all the students for when we start reopening schools. And I'll talk about that in a little bit more detail as well. So those are the 5 key points. Revenue sources. This is really focused on our operating fund. And there are other taxes that we collect that I will talk about, but they cannot be used to run our schools. This is what we use to run our schools. And our primary sources are our local taxes. That's about $53 million, but we are maxed out at that at $2,500 per student based on the previous year's enrollment. So this year, enrollment's down 800 students. If the legislators do not pass the Levy Stabilization Act, then that will be equivalent to, what is that, $4 million? Or $2 million. So that'll be equivalent to $2 million less in our levy than if we didn't lose those students, okay? So enrollment impacts our levy. That used to not be the case. It used to be that our levy was tied to total apportionment, right? So this is new from 2018. Our state apportionment is tied to enrollment as well. And you can see I highlighted enrollment throughout here, so you can see how much it truly does impact the money that we receive. The state apportionment, which is $193 million, is really dependent on how many students we have at each level. So how many elementary students, middle school students, and high school students. And they fund us basically on what they think a school should look like at those various levels, and then they pay us on a per pupil basis. Special education funding we receive based upon special education enrollment. Multi-language learner funding we receive based upon the number of multi-language learners we have and at which and where they're at in their language acquisition stage. Transportation, they pay us on ridership, again, having to do with the number of students we have. And even at the federal level, much of the money we receive is based on enrollment. So you can see that enrollment really does control about 95% of the money that we have to operate our schools. And so if students leave to go to private school, that impacts enrollment. If students are moving out of the area, that will impact enrollment. So we lost about 800 students this year. We're forecasting another drop in enrollment going into next year. We are very similar to what Issaquah is forecasting and what Lake Washington is forecasting. So we're going to need to keep an eye on that and watch it as we continue to move forward. Our goal obviously is to bring that enrollment back. We still will have development in our area and other things going on that should help over the years bring students back. And if nothing else, 5 years from now, we could have a big upswing based upon the baby boom that is being caused by the pandemic. So we may see a big upswing in 5 years. This is what's happening with property taxes. So this is how your taxes work. First of all, not all property taxes go to schools. Now the two largest portions do, but we pay $1.25 per $1,000 to the county. We pay 89 cents per $1,000 of property value to the city. And then there's a whole bunch of other things like King County Library, like the Port of Seattle, emergency response, that are all small pieces that add up to $1.02 per 1,000. Of the school property taxes, the $3.09, that goes straight to the state. And then the state uses that to pay us our apportionment that I talked about on the previous page. So that $193 million we get from the state is from all of the state money that all the citizens of Washington pay to the state. Now, that $3.09 varies a bit between different areas, and it's because assessors are not always true to the sales value, the most recent sales values in their communities. And so the state does, it looks at basically what are the assessed values versus what are the recent sales values, and it does some equalization between the different areas so that we're all paying based on sales value. So if our assessor is assessing higher than sales value, then that number would drop some. If our assessor's assessing values lower than sales value, then that would rise a little bit from what the state is asking us to pay. So that will vary a little bit between areas. The $2.60 is our local property tax, and it goes to 3 different places. So the first is that 67 cents in enrichment levy. That is the money that goes to our operating fund. All districts have an opportunity to collect that if it is voter approved. It is renewed every 4 years. We are coming up on a renewal in February of 22. We collect 67 cents per 1,000 because, again, we're maxed out at $2,500 per student. Other districts, the law basically says your maximum is either $2.50 per 1,000 of value or $2,500 per student. I'm sorry, it's not $2.50, it's $1.50 per 1,000 or $2,500 per student. It's your lower of those two. So for us, it's the $2,500 per student. And so even though people feel like they're paying more in property taxes here for the enrichment levy, the rates can be higher elsewhere. And so you have to look at the assessed value of the homes versus the tax rates themselves. Something else is that school districts levy amounts. We don't levy a rate. And so for all of our local payments, the $1.39, the 53 cents, and the 67 cents, we levy an amount. So we levy $53 million based upon that $2,500, and then they divide that out and figure out the tax rate. If assessments go up and enrollment doesn't change, then the rate will actually drop. So we levy an amount, not a tax rate. That's same with our capital and tech and our bond repayment. Our capital and tech levy pays for computers and other things. There are restrictions on how we can use that money, and we cannot use it to pay, for example, teachers' salaries in schools. And so that we use for all the laptops that kids have, all the technology, and there is no limit on those funds, but there is a limit on how you can use those funds. And then our bond repayment is for our school buildings. If you recall, in 2020, we had a bond election. That bond election allows us to go and acquire debt that then the taxpayers are basically saying we will repay that debt. To this point, we have not acquired any new debt based on that authorization because there's rules about how quickly we have to use it and that type of thing. We're planning on selling the first series of bonds this coming fall. And so that bond election has really had no impact on our local property tax rates up to this point. When we sell our bonds, we try and nest them in with the bonds that we're paying off so that taxpayers don't see a big change in the tax rate that we're charging. We try and keep it very flat for them. So let's see if there's anything else in here. So that is basically the perspective on our taxes and things. Did I cover everything, Seema, that you were interested in hearing about?
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to make sure if other board members want to double down or cover anything that they ask their questions.
Unless there's someone who has a question, I think since this is kind of 7.3 impact related advocacy, why don't we just round out that topic? So some of it does relate to finances.
Yep. Let me keep going a little bit. I'm not quite done, so.
Okay, yeah, the one thing I think you're going to come to it, but what you mentioned the other day was about sort of paying by percentage versus by student in terms of the federal legislation. I don't know if that's still...
I'm getting there. I've got that too. Okay, so this is just what tax rates have been doing for us. The big thing here is you can see that the state tax rate has been growing while the district tax rate has been dropping. Again, that's because we levy an amount and the state levies a rate. And so as your assessed value goes up, you will be paying more to the state, but your rate generally will drop with us. This is talking about the COVID, and this will talk about the federal funds and what we're getting and what that looks like. So here's the impact of the cost of COVID. A lot of people think that our costs have gone down because we're not in school buildings, and that is just not the case. And as we re-enter our buildings, my biggest concern is meeting the needs of students as we come back in. We have been experiencing an increase in costs in our 2019-20 school year and our 2020-2021 school year. They are really coming in multiple areas. Health and safety is one piece. We have additional transportation costs, and as we mentioned before, we're paid on ridership, and so we don't have ridership, or we're having very inefficient ridership because we haven't been serving all students, and even when we come back in hybrid, we're only going to be transporting half the students at a time. And so that's not an efficient way to run the transportation service. The biggest cost that we've been incurring to date, though, has been with educators. When you subdivide your education model, you create inefficiencies in the system. And so we're overstaffed because of our significant loss of enrollment. We have to have smaller class sizes because of the 6-foot distancing, which means we have more teachers for the same or fewer students. And we have multiple education models, all resulting in inefficiencies from where we're at right now. And then moving forward, my biggest concern is, academic support for learning recovery, concentrated acceleration for students that need that, broad social emotional support, as well as mental health supports for students with significant impacts and dealing with the trauma for kids. The federal funding is targeted at helping with all of these. The first level was targeted at helping us with some of the costs that we're incurring now. The second and the third funds are targeted at helping us address these future costs that are highlighted in purple down here. The issue is that those funds are being distributed based upon Title I dollars. And so, and we do recognize that students living in poverty have had a greater impact. COVID has had a greater impact on students living in poverty. However, by distributing it only by Title I, they are really missing the significant impact that COVID-19 and the long-term shutdown of schools has had on students with disabilities, students with learning a new language, and all students, because all students are going to need support in academic recovery and social emotional well-being, as you were just talking about in your discussion about focus and where we're going to focus. So with all three levels of ESSER funds, ESSER 1, ESSER 2, and ESSER 3, the amount per pupil that districts are getting varies from, these are the top 20 districts in the state, okay? So these are the largest 20 districts in the state. And that funding varies from $3.24 per student all the way to over $5,500 per student. That's a huge differential. And it varies from 7.1 million to 145 million. Again, a huge differential. In Bellevue's case, we're getting about $1,100 per student, and we're getting just over $22 million. At this point, the state is planning to backfill for our loss of enrollment. And they're planning on doing that in the biennium or the biannual budget that they're putting together. That, but there is no guarantee on that because of so much federal dollars coming into the system. So my biggest concern is will that enrollment stabilization money come? Because right now we are on track to spend about $15 million of our reserves. If that enrollment equalization money comes, that number drops to about $3 million. And then this $22 million, well, it sounds like a huge amount of money. If you look at the work that other organizations have done around the level of learning loss, the cost of recovery from both social, emotional, and academic perspectives, many are saying it'll average $2,500 a year for up to 4 years. This doesn't even come close to covering that. And so I really think that if the state anticipates our ability to come back with this $22 million, which is less than 10% of our budget, plus what we get in under normal circumstances for basic education, that we're just going to have to refocus a lot of things that we're currently doing for students to primarily focus on academic recovery, social emotional learning, and mental health. And so I have put together kind of a proposal that I've been putting out there and we talked to Senator Wellman yesterday. I had an opportunity to talk to Milan Tai today, that basically is asking the state to supplement the ESSER funds for the districts on the lowest side of receiving the ESSER funds and distribution. I know Christine has been working on this as well. So that's what I have.
So just to clarify for anyone listening, ESSER is elementary and secondary school emergency relief funds, and ESSER 1, 2, and 3 are just the 3 times that our federal government has passed the relief acts, which I think are called the CARES Acts that most people are familiar with. There have been 3 of those acts passed, and each one of them had ESSER funds associated with it.
Thank you for that.
All right, and then Director Seraphin is our ledge rep, or Dr. Chu, who's also working on a lot of these issues, and you and I do advocate a number of our officials and public health folks on a variety of issues ranging from funding to public health. Is there anything you want to add on the advocacy front?
I think I should defer to Dr. Chu because in the last, I texted her offline in the last weeks and months. She's really dug in this area, particularly with our legislative reps in really just tremendous ways. So I'm going to defer to her. Thanks,
Director Seraphin. This work is taken a village to do from all the board directors, the staff, and other folks across other districts. I think that the key points, Melissa covered almost everything in her report. The thing I'd like to make sure that folks walk away understanding is that right now, the total enrollment deficits that we're facing, I believe there are 3 places where we have major enrollment deficits. There's more, as you saw with Deputy Superintendent's report pointing out all the different enrollment places, but there are 3 places. One, we get less money from the levy if they don't allow us to use the initial enrollment from pre-COVID to count our levy funds. The second is that we get fewer dollars allotted to us from the state just to educate kids. And then the third big one is the transportation place. And that's like 2 million, 12.5 million, and 3 million-ish. And right now in legislation for all of that, there's only, if it passes, there's only the relief for the 2 million of the levy stabilization. So if the state doesn't include in its budget the relief for the enrollment stabilization for the 14 million and the 3 million, they are basically not paying basic education expenses that we have incurred while operating this school year. And so the federal money is not designed to take care of that and wasn't allotted to us proportionately to the needs to educate each and every student in our district, which is what the state's responsibility is. So it is critical that that stuff show up in the budget. And I think there are some good intentions from the state right now. And I know our legislators are working hard on this, but it is not a done deal that those will be covered. And that is where we will be in a world of hurt. So if I had to prioritize any one thing right now, that would be the thing. And this week is the WASDA, the State School Board Association's day or week on the Hill. So we're meeting with every single one of our legislators. So met yesterday with Representative Tide, today with Senator Wellman, and we'll meet with the rest of our delegation throughout the course of this week. And that's probably the highest order thing to put out there. The second thing that I think is hidden in all of this work is that there are groups who are suffering disproportionate impacts from COVID that are not necessarily aligned to the proportion of free and reduced lunch students. They're not. So for example, our students with special needs are disproportionately impacted by COVID. And so in order to take care of recovery services and re-energizing and bringing them back and so forth, we're already underfunded by the state by, I think, something like $17 million. So that's another place where we just don't have the funds. So it's something that we really need to work on, both at a federal level, because there's so many federal requirements around special education at this point. We need federal funds to come with those, and at a state level. Those would be the 2 things I'd call out. I don't know if Deputy Superintendent DeVita is still there.
Yeah, she is. And I just wanted to put a question, I guess, to both of you, because one of the things that I think has come up in other conversations is parents saying, I'd like to help in some way, whether that's from the PTSA or from other constituencies. So this is probably a tall order, but I'll put it on you, Deputy Superintendent DeVita. I think if we can't summarize it in 1 or 2 sentences, it probably won't happen. But there's parents listening who might say, well, I don't know what I'll do about the federal. I could try to email my federal congressional representative, my senators, but give me a sentence or 2 of what do I email my state rep.
Fund enrollment stabilization. Fund enrollment stabilization in the budget.
Okay, so is that it, or is there anything that we would want to disabuse a state legislator about in terms of Bellevue versus another school district, in terms of why our needs are still great?
Yeah, you know, so, I think fund enrollment stabilization is one, and I think the other piece is backfill ESSER funding for districts that didn't receive who I can think of how to word it, but who did not receive the funds necessary to support their students' recovery. You know, I mean, and so I think there are two sides of it. One is the history, the other is moving forward. And the fact is that funding basic education is not enough as we're exiting a pandemic. It's not enough as we're exiting a pandemic. And for the districts that aren't receiving anything from the federal government or minimal amounts from the federal government, the state should be looking at what they're doing for them.
And that includes our district.
Our
I mean,
district,
the starting point would be
Washington,
we're not getting much from the
North
federal,
Shore. Those are really the primary four.
meaning those districts, of which ours is one, is not getting much from the federal money, despite the impression that we're all, I think someone who visited recently said we were going to be awash in money. We're not going to be awash in money from the federal. And then as a consequence, we're looking to our state legislation to do equalization of enrollment and then make up for funds we never got from ESSER.
Yeah, supplement the ESSER funds for the districts that aren't seeing a significant amount and stabilize enrollment from the current year.
And just to give an example, Seema, if you want a really potent example, Port Angeles has about 3,000 kids total, and they've got about 1,800 of them receiving FRL, and they received something like in ESSER 1 and 2 rounds, they received somewhere over $4 million. Lake Washington has 31,000 kids, 3,000 kids on receiving free and reduced lunches, and they only received, was it, Melissa, do you know, was it 3 point something million? They received less funds from ESSER 1 and 2 than the school district 10% their size who had fewer kids receiving free and reduced lunch by almost half. So
that is when you say FRL, that's free and reduced lunch, and that ties to that's because they are funding based on a percentage rather than the actual number. So that's sort of a bizarre unintended consequence, or maybe it was intentional, I'm not sure. That comes from the federal funding, which does percentage of your school that receives free and reduced lunch rather than the actual number of students who do.
Right.
Do you have any idea why they did it that way, or if that was
I think it's easy. Well, we do know that students experiencing poverty were heavily impacted by COVID, right? We do know that, and that's an easy appropriation for them to use because it's one that they know and that they use all the time. And so, but I just think they're missing the impact on students with special needs, which is huge, right? Another disproportionate, and then multi-language learners is another group, and then they're really missing all the general education kids that were also heavily impacted. Not to the same degree, but they were still impacted. So you have Lake Washington, out of all three of those funding things, they're getting about $12 million. And you've got Tacoma, which I agree, they're experiencing higher levels of poverty, but they're receiving 10 times as much with 124 million. I mean, they're about the same size districts. They're about the same size. Right. So it's just the discrepancies are huge.
So, so Dr. Chu and I are continuing to work with the staff of our federal legislators, and I think certainly what we've been talking about today is to ask our state legislators to help fill the difference. And it's not a, either or really too much comparison with other districts. It's that the kind of historical mindset of what Bellevue was and the realities of our students today and the needs of our students now and what we're able to provide them, and then the supports that we're getting do not match. And so really focusing on, our story, our students, their needs, and how we're supporting them is key. So
can I add one more piece to that though, really quickly? Historically, so we've been known as a wealthy district, and before McCleary, we had a grandfathering clause that did allow us to collect more in local levy than other districts. And so we were a wealthy district, not because of the social economics of our community, but also, well, that in addition to, we were collecting more locally. We were getting funded at a higher level. That is not the case anymore. We are not getting funded at a higher level anymore because that grandfathering went away with McCleary. And so to say that we're being funded at a higher level anymore is not true. And I think people don't really recognize that either.
Right. So
and there are a few districts who are still getting that extra funding that were accepted from that, and we're not one of them. So
directors, the funding is very important. We are advocating for it. I do want to move on. We are past our time. So first of all, one is we're going to potentially move our executive session out completely to a new date and time. However, I'm also going to ask us to have an extension of this meeting potentially up until 8 o'clock to accomplish the rest of the business that we have. Plus, we did table one item to the next meeting. Still in this meeting. So we're going to go on. I'm going to say, you know, in order to continue serving students, there's a lot of advocacy that's going on. It's not just the funding. It's ranged from funding to public health guidance to risk mitigation protocols, including distancing. There's a lot of talk about distancing now. It is something we are actively working on. It was even mentioned by the governor in his emergency proclamation. So we make direct appeals to legislators, federal and state, to their staff, to the state superintendent, to the governor, to public health officials. It is a major work of directors as well as administrators in the district. And so now as we transition to the rest of item 7, I'll just say, as I mentioned earlier, the pandemic and the resultant closures and loss of options for students has created a mental health crisis. And that's resulted in the governor's March 12th emergency proclamation to provide in-person services for all students. Now, I've said I personally support that and using our effective risk mitigation protocols to give all students the options for in-person services. I believe these are long overdue and should happen earlier than the governor's time frame. So tonight we need clarity from the district on the plan for students this spring now, as well as the look towards the fall. So let's turn it over to you, Dr. Duran, for kind of the return to buildings update. I think that's primarily on everyone's mind. All along, we've been working to provide students the services they need. Now there is this additional impetus from the governor's proclamation. Where is the district?
All right, so I think to start off with, just again with the caveat that we're still in bargaining, so we can share some of the information that we have, so we'll try to do that tonight. But I think we're really grateful that we had the governor's proclamation. I think it was a huge statement on his part to step in and to really direct school districts to have students back, and he really did emphasize that it's just been high proportion of students are disengaging from learning, and with the large increases in absences and percentage of students receiving no credit for their courses, there was a number of reasons, both academically and from the social emotional well-being part, for why he really made that decision to make the order. So with that order, by April 5th, all students in grades K through 6 that have not already been must be provided an opportunity to engage in some form of in-person learning. And by April 19th, all students in grades K through 12 that have not already been must be provided an opportunity to engage in in-person learning. So we're definitely going to be working towards those dates as we move forward. And so I'll ask Jeff and Eva to weigh in. I know Deputy DeVita needs to leave. Thank you, Deputy DeVita, for your presentation. Appreciate the thoroughness and the work that you're doing to support all financial pieces. So thank you for that. So a few things that we can share, and then I'll ask Jeff and Dr. Thomas and Deputy Collins to add on to this, is that we have been working very closely with the association. We had a most recent MOU in March that was really settled around our elementary students, and there has been some disagreement around what that has been included there, but in negotiations and to work with the association, we have come to an understanding that it is for our 3rd through 5th grade students. And so a joint communication was sent out to our educators today from the district and BEA, clarifying that the 3 through 5 plans and dates, and that school teams at the elementary level can begin to bring those students back now in order to meet that April 5th deadline. So that is a piece that is in place for our 3rd through 5th grade students. Also want to again just remind everyone all of our K through 2 students are now back, and so we're really grateful to have all of our students back now that we can serve in that area. So our plans for 6 through 12, there has been a team that has been working on the secondary return to plans since the summertime, and that team is continuing to work. It's made up of district staff, educators, administrators, and a real good combination of people that have really been weighing into these different plans that we have. They have a couple different schedules that are on the table. They have a meeting tomorrow to finalize the schedule that they are recommending that will come directly into the bargaining conversation. We have 2 additional days of bargaining with the association that we have on our calendar for right now, and that'll start tomorrow and will go into Thursday. And so we are really working to provide the in-person services and supports that our students need at this time. So that is where we are. And I also want to just remind everyone that we have been taking in numerous in-person services and different learning experiences from educators across the district, and sometimes they average 2 to 3 a day. And so we send that to you on the board update on a weekly basis, and we have everything from providing in-person services to a student who receives special education services to bringing back entire classrooms and entire grades. So we continue to welcome and accept those creative ideas that our educators are bringing to us to serve our students in different ways. But more importantly, we are really focused on working with our association to clarify any other items that needs to be bargained so that we can have our students return, especially at the secondary level, by April 19th. So I will ask Dr. Thomas, our Deputy Collins, to add on to that, because they have been the team that have been working most directly and closely with the association. Dr. Thomas.
Good evening. Thank you, Dr. Duran. I think there are 2 things that are super important that we cover. First is we actually have seen kind of the convergence of all of the positive signs we need to have all hit at the same time. So all of the data regarding infection rates and trends, the governor's proclamation, our continued work with the association around addressing issues that they've come up, and the success of vaccination of our staff. So all of these have come together. So we now are at a point where the barriers, for lack of a better term, for us to have all of our kids coming back are pretty much falling one by one pretty quickly. We had a good day bargaining last Friday. The outcome we shared with all of our impacted staff today for that clarification. And then now we have the stage set for tomorrow and Thursday, really to deal with the remaining issues regarding the effects of now bringing all of our secondary students back and then the teachers. So we're cautiously optimistic that we will have effective and successful sessions. But we did really, as a group of BEA and the district, quite frankly, hunker down and commit to trying to be as effective as quickly as we possibly can.
Okay, directors, questions? Oh,
The only thing to add to that is that we did launch a survey for grades 6 through 12 for the secondary. And so those have already started coming back in. As of this morning, I think we had 25% return. And then that we do have committee work still happening to sort of flesh out some proposals around the best schedule for our students when they return in secondary. And so they've had a number of different drafts, and they've gone kind of around and around, developing pros and cons, getting more feedback, and then changing these schedules. And they're meeting again tomorrow as well.
I think the other part I'll just add is that, again, we continue to have regular stand-up meetings with our teams that are responsible for this. And so as we have these dates now that we're targeting, we're definitely considering, nutrition services, they have any time to ramp this up. Transportation, it's been a huge challenge for our transportation team to only have the half days, so we also want to really be thinking about how we can ensure that we have everything in place so that we can, serve our students from the transportation needs. So those are ongoing pieces that we're talking about. There also have been a number of safety walks in the secondary buildings, with as part of the MOUs and the work that we've agreed to. And so I know today there was teams that were out walking buildings, making sure everything is in place, and we can demonstrate that we have all those mitigation strategies in place. So, our buildings are ready, and we're ready for the return.
Okay, I'm sure directors have a number of additional, probably clarifying questions. I do want to make sure that we hit on the other question part of mine in the beginning, and then we can take more details. The fall. Could you please let us know what the plans are for the fall?
Well, from an initial staffing perspective, we are anticipating the fall to be close to a normal staffing fall. So as we begin to put together staffing for buildings, everything looks like it's headed in that direction. So that's where we anticipate when we release staffing over the next couple of weeks.
We also will still continue to monitor, the COVID cases, and obviously, really listen closely to what Department of Health is saying, from the public health perspective. We're also still advocating to have the 6 foot reduced to 3 foot, which would be pretty significant. And, we know a number of other states have already done that. I was on a call today with Superintendent Reichdel from the Office of Public Instruction, and I know that's something that they're advocating for also. There's some new studies that have come out that support that, and so if that does come out sooner, we don't think it'll affect us this spring, but we definitely know that it'll help in our planning and our work for the return in fall.
Right, so to clarify, we cannot change the 6 foot requirements imposed by the state currently for the entire school year. That could change, but right now that is the plan for the entire school year, which limits our ability to bring back all students who request in-person services full-time. However, the outlook for the fall, where all the contracts, MOUs reset to baseline, is that we have adequate staffing, and should the distance requirement be reduced to 3 feet or less, with which the addition of vaccination adds a layer of risk mitigation, and it looks like decreasing the distancing would still be providing adequate risk mitigation. If we were able to reduce to 3 feet or less, we would be able to bring back, with the estimates we have, all students who wish in-person services full-time. Is that correct?
I think that's what we're planning for. It is correct. I think a number of these pieces are moving, in terms of the 3 foot space, because I think that's going to be a really critical thing. And I do want to emphasize that they could possibly change it and be something that they change immediately. But from my conversation today, I don't think that's going to happen this spring, but definitely for the fall.
Okay. Clarifying question on that questions that you just asked, Director Wiest. I want to understand from Dr. Dran. We do believe that we have the facilities and staffing to do full time for all students in the fall if we're 3 feet or fewer. Will that also require us to staff at a level that is beyond what the state funds? Because my understanding was that the 3 foot distance would still have an impact on our staffing costs, just for clarification.
It will definitely have an impact on our staffing costs, because again, we're still going to have families that could choose to be, in remote, and so we have still 2 different situations. So that'll definitely be one part of that. Jeff, do you want to comment on staffing in terms of the actual number? Because I do, and before you go though, I do think that we are definitely still working with all the buildings, in terms of thinking about all the spaces that could be utilized. That's been part of our plan and our work to really ensure that every space is utilized for learning, but definitely think that's the intent that we're trying to do. Dr. Thomas.
And in answer to that, it will still require us to be above what the state funds with our staffing needs. As an example, adding nursing staff because of the increased safety mitigations, and that's not completely funded by the state. So there will continue to be some parts of the funding that will not cover the actual needs.
The question that I'm asking that I'm not getting a clear answer to is, do we need to employ additional teachers if we are forced to keep a 3 foot distance than what we are funded to have? That's all I want to understand.
Yeah, and the answer could be yes, because some of our classes right now are quite large, right? They're larger than, so they're not going to accommodate a 3 foot distance. And so the answer is likely yes.
But we do believe that we can come up with the funds to do that. That's
Well,
correct.
we'd also have to have the space. So
Okay.
in doing that, you're reducing class size. You then have to have the classroom space to put another teacher and
But
another classroom. So I'm
right,
not sure what the
But
answer
Dr.
is.
Duran said that we could go back full time for all students in the fall if the distance was reduced to 3 feet or larger. So I just want to ensure that that is 100% true, even if it requires additional educators.
So I mean, I wish that Melissa was here, but I know that we have measured all of the classrooms and that like if it were changed to 3 feet tomorrow, we believe we could do that with the number of kids we have now. And I think what Dr. Duran was saying was, but if all students choose to come back, that might be a different story. And if our enrollment increases, that might be a different story. We might need more space.
So
Yeah,
yes,
and I also do think that I think there's even anticipating that we probably will be using still a lot of the different spaces that are in our buildings now, from cafeterias to to gym facilities, all the different places. So I think every space is going to be utilized. So I don't think we can be thinking about this from respect it's going to be coming back like normal, because everything's going to be utilized. But there definitely will be some. We already have some classes that are large enough that will require some additional staffing. And then again, with those families that choose, a virtual learning option, which is something that we also will likely have in the fall also.
Okay, so yeah, so I think those clarifications were helpful, and that was part of my questions with the numbers that we have now. So understanding that we do have a good number of students who are choosing to remain remote. And so if those things shift, they shift. But overall, the plan and the goal is to be able to provide that with a decreased distance requirement that facilitates that enormously. We need to continue the advocacy because the funding is a piece. And then you've answered the other question, which is the plan is to continue to offer a remote option for those students and families that choose it in the fall as well.
That's correct. And I do think that, again, just even from what Deputy DeVita shared in the budget portion of there, is that, we definitely going to be anticipating some shortfalls, so we're really concerned about that. And if the state does not come through, it's going to be a different conversation we're having. So we're going to be closely watching and monitoring that. And that's why the advocacy at this time for the state to, provide us additional funds for all of our students is going to be just super essential. And that enrollment stabilization is real important for us.
And overall, historical school is not what we're returning to. We do want to have a better, vision for our students' future, but at the same time, there are realities and constraints. And so some of the spaces will be used differently, that therefore classes may look different, that may impact some of the offerings, that may impact many things, but that overall trying to support the students' needs and give students options is at the forefront of what the planning and the goals are.
Yeah, time could be differently, schedules could be different. I mean, I think there's still many things we have to work through, but I just can remind and emphasize that a lot of our time, focus, and energy has been on right now getting our students back in person, ensuring that we're meeting their needs and supporting our educators as best as possible.
I just want to have a quick clarification on something, because this is sort of news. So you're talking about we will have a remote option in the fall, like that's certain. What I understood from the last time is that was going to be dependent on the state funding a remote option at full-time level, not as a alternate learning model, which they currently have it listed as, except for all of the waivers and everything that we got for COVID. So I don't know that we have an answer on that. They haven't extended those waivers or said that they were going to fund remote learning at a full-time level yet, have they?
It's one of the things that we've heard from the state superintendent that is something that they're really working to try to overturn. They feel like the ALE model that we have been working under is really an old model that was really basically fixing a problem that happened previously in the state that I don't have all the history as, but I know Deputy Collins does. But they are definitely working on that, and we were on a call today, and it came up with other superintendents, and that we need to have either those waivers or a complete change in the ALE requirements that they have in place.
Great. That
so
sounds
we're not the only ones that are affected by this. Everybody else is in the same situation. I think there's going to be some good opportunities for us to think, how we can serve our families that want that option.
Okay, directors, other questions? Dr. Chu.
Can you venture some kind of timeline for when we can give our families notice for the plans for returning their students to schools? Because I know that we know that we give our teachers 10 days notice and making sure that they can plan accordingly. Our families are anxious to plan, and also our kids are looking for some rays of hope. Do you have any sense of a timeline for revealing the plan?
For the spring?
Yes, sorry, I'm so sorry. Yes,
Yeah.
and also a sense of timeline for being a little bit more clear about the fall, but I think we've just gone through that and it might take, we're waiting on a couple things, so.
Yeah, the fall's
Yeah,
definitely.
can I just augment before you answer? So I'll just tell you one vector.
Oh, sorry.
No, sorry, this is Director Serafan. I just wanted to add to that so your answer can maybe address both. So I know that on Friday, that was the day that, as I understood you, the team from BSD was meeting anyway with BEA representatives for the teachers union. That also was the day that the governor's announcement came out. So a question, and you may answer it as part of the one to Dr. Chu, is how does that proclamation, how does that change what's happening? And if that's something that you can't answer because you're in the middle of bargaining, I understand. But that's interest of mine.
I'll have Dr. Thomas address that one.
All right. Jeff Thomas from Human Resources. I'm going to thread the needle on that one. It changed everything in that we now have a firm at the latest date, and we have a proclamation which essentially is legally binding. So it did, in fact, cause us to have to recalibrate and shift. I can't say definitively if it changed a direction that we were trying to go anyway, but it did put an absolute firm end on it. When we are in bargaining the next couple of days, this hopefully will be our focus. I think we had a lot of really good dialogue on Friday, and the subsequent kind of debriefing and understanding the implications of the proclamation have actually been very healthy and positive. So our hope would be that we're able to do this as quickly as possible, but you know, it's hard to go further than that with the open negotiations.
Okay, so I will now, I apologize because I think somehow my question was intended to tack on and I didn't mean it to preempt Dr. Chu's question.
Yeah, I think for the latter part of the question, Dr. Chu, for the fall, I think I can't give you a date when we're going to do that. We're going to try to get that work together as quickly as possible and try to communicate and share, you know, what we're thinking in that area. I think for currently in the springtime, I think, you know, probably won't be this weekend. I think we're going to depend and see how bargaining goes over the next couple of days, but we know families want information. We know they're needing that, and we will give them as much time as we can so that they can be prepared. You know, I do think that we have these dates that are targets for us, you know, so I know we can definitely anticipate that that's when we will be, you know, having more students back for the in-person services. Those are, I mean, very clear for us, as Dr. Thomas mentioned. But as soon as we're able to share, we will be sharing that information because we're anxious to have our community understand and know where we're going also.
And thank you for that. One other clarification. Let me ask one other clarification about our readiness. So for the readiness piece, you had said earlier, we are ready. And that's exciting, right? Like we have everything in place as far as all the physical things, etc. Part of we are ready also, of course, needs to mean that all of our staff feel ready and prepared. So I'd like to understand if there are any things that prevent our staff feeling from feeling prepared and ready to take this on, because my understanding is I think there's training being done not only in terms of the safety protocols, but also on using the streaming models for learning and supports for those things. So, and that the safety teams are walking the schools and giving feedback, and including teachers' feedback, and that we're responding to all the family and teacher feedback in the safety tools. So is there anything we've learned there that helps us understand things we had to change to be more ready, or things that we want to be ready on, but we're still in process of finishing up? What can you tell us about everyone feeling ready?
Dr. Thomas added on this one for some of the training, maybe even Deputy Collins, but I do know that, we have, have been walking buildings, so we definitely have been going through, and if there's anything that's not in place, we're getting them in place, include signage and, just all the different pieces that have to be in place. The role of these walkthroughs are to ensure that all these pieces are in place. And I think over the next couple of days, Dr. Chu, I think we will learn more from the association around what educators are thinking about, what are some of the concerns that we need to address with them to be able to do that. But I think, we've built in time for them to get training on specific, safety areas, in conversations with educators, over the last month. That was one thing that they really wanted to know. It's just time for the transition, time to make sure that they see what it looks like. And, I know a number of them have been going into buildings and just kind of checking things out and then working with their school administrators to get clarity on either something they weren't sure about or something they wanted more information on. So I think we're learning from, many of the people that have gone, before to do the in-person services, and it's made, I think, our systems and processes better. I also feel the safety teams at all the schools will have a really critical role in that, because they're kind of another mechanism that's built in to ensure that everyone has what they need. There definitely has been some training. I know Deputy Collins, if we want to talk about some of the simultaneous broadcasting trains going on. We are equipping our secondary classrooms with some technology that allow the cameras and sound to be very easy, so the educator who is teaching in person will be able to have, the access and connect with students that are at home. Deputy Collins, we want to add on that part, because I know that's a piece that has been in process. We actually had our administrators trained last week. I sat in on part of that. It was actually really fascinating to see some of the work, and I've seen one of our other educators, a couple of our educators who have been doing it, and so we know that it can be done, and we know it definitely needs a little bit of have some support and for educators, because there's a different level of engagement that happens when you have two different groups of students in different places.
Yeah, I would say in terms of readiness, we would need training and all of the materials to be in place for our teachers to pull that off. And we are still doing bargaining around the effects of that as well.
And I would add that the biggest thing that I've observed is just helping people their own personal experience. And we have so many people that are at different places in readiness, but as we've seen and encouraged them to come into schools and the workplace, it's once they've actually experienced it that so much of that worry has really dissipated. But it's that first initial, I'm back in the workplace and I haven't been here in quite some time. So it's that transition time that is proven to be critical. And it's been really good that we've built that in each step of the way. And I have yet to hear any feedback from our staff that says, you know what, I didn't need the transition time. I just jumped right in. All of them have found it effective because it gives them what they need to be ready. And the safety teams, they've actually been functioning really quite well. And I think what they've learned along the way is really pertinent. So I would put those two as really the key things that we need to continue doing.
Director Serafin, you have a follow-up question, and then Director Watson.
Okay, so I guess I'd like to ask, at the risk of sounding dense, but I will just ask a question. So we have three potential dates. The date of fourth quarter starting. We have the date that the governor's proclamation takes effect. And we have a date when we could go back. So I'd like to understand, meaning we could exceed expectations or we could meet what I will call the minimum bar that's required by the state. We also know that we're starting a new quarter, and I think many families would see this as our last chance to at least capture a quarter of class in person for those who elected it. So I just don't know if this is a Dr. Thomas question or Dr. Duran question, but please, if you would, maybe restate your answers in terms of those three dates. There's a date by which we have to be compliant according to a proclamation. There's a fourth quarter date, and then there is when we will actually go back. And so do you have a sense for what you think, whether it's aspirational or the BSD proposal for when we think where we think I'll say our, in terms of the district's proposed go back across, for elementary, for middle school, for high school.
So I can start, and then Dr. Thomas, I think you can see what you can do to thread the needle on this one. So elementary's there already. We have 3rd through 5th grade. That is, and some of the teams will be working and planning that. We already had a couple of schools, put dates in, and so that will continue. Safety teams meet on Wednesdays, so they vote, bringing 3rd grade, 4th grade, or all at once. That's in their purvey right now. So that is in the works. So it's going to just be dependent on what the school teams, decide to do in those spaces, and so there will definitely be some variability. I think for the secondary schools, Dr. Thomas, I'll give that one to you, because I do again think it's going to be what happens over the next couple of days, because we definitely want our association working with us, and we have the date that's like the end there for us that the governor put out by April 19th, and I don't know if we can do it any sooner than that, but I think it will depend on these next 2 days. Dr. Thomas?
I would agree. I think the next 2 days are important, but there are 2 other considerations that right now we are not sure what the systemic impact is. The first one is when we get the information back from the parent and the student surveys around potential requests to change schedules and or learning model, because at secondary that is super complicated, because all of the schools and all of the staffing are all interconnected. So elementary are still relatively separated entities when we did that staffing. The high school, they're all integrated. So that is one thing, until we actually know what that is from the parents, that will tell us what type of potential systems change that's behind the scenes. I think our time frame, quite frankly, it could be anywhere between 10 days from today to the 19th. I think it's going to be dependent on some of those different factors. So it would be hard for me to predict.
Just to follow up with that, Dr. Thomas, with the concurrent instruction model that I understand many classrooms will be using, really how much of an impact is that on a particular staff member or student who wishes to, quote, change instruction models if they're able to be in a classroom with concurrent instruction?
It could minimize it. What we'd have to look at is what's the effect of all of the different classes and all the different schedules. So ideally, why the concurrent instructional model is exciting for us is that's one that could minimize that. But until we actually get the numbers there, we're not definitive yet.
So in other words, for a student who's currently opted for hybrid, but chooses to do virtual instead, would they be able to continue with their same teacher using the concurrent instruction model and remain virtual?
Potentially, depending upon what all the other students want. So in other words, if you have a significant number of students that change from a hybrid model to a virtual model, and we have to make any adjustments on schedules, that's where it could be complicated. If we didn't have kids change schedules at all, even if they went hybrid to virtual model, it would be less of an impact. But until we get that information, we still are, having to wait with that. And Eva, you may want to.
I understand what you're saying, but it would seem that if a student is in hybrid and they choose to become virtual, if there is the concurrent instruction model going on in their classroom, they could stay at home and receive the concurrent instruction. There may be some elements that might be more challenging, for example, an in-person lab that was planned in a science class. But overall, is that part being considered? Because it still sounds from your answer that there's this switching going on rather than using the technology that's available to support those students.
I think you're going to potentially see both. I think you're going to see the technology and some switching, again, depending upon what we get from our parents. And Eva, is there anything that you wanted to add in terms of what the teams have been preparing for?
I just think the bigger challenge that Dr. Weiss just described is one that could be more readily accommodated, a student who's going from hybrid to virtual. But for a student that wants to do the opposite, which is what the governor's proclamation was intended to ensure, that a student who wants to come in person gets to come in person, is what he said. And so students who did sign up for virtual and have teachers who will only be teaching virtually will have to likely change their schedule, because they're going to come in person and their teacher won't be there. That teacher is teaching 100% virtual. So those are the more challenging ones. I think the ones that you described, like, oh, I signed up for hybrid, but now I want to be virtual. If you're doing the concurrent model, I'll just stream in. That's easier to accommodate for sure.
Right, and presumably students who are in a class that is mixed, because there are instructors who are doing both virtual and hybrid students, those students know. So if they were virtual and they opted for hybrid, they may be able to maintain the same educator. It seems from some of the notifications we're receiving that families feel like they do not have adequate information to guide them in their decision making. If they have those types of questions, who should they reach out to? Because potentially making the switch for their student in some or all of their classes may not be as, I don't want to use traumatic, but as much of a shift and change for them than might seem on the face of it.
Mm-hmm. Well, when we did this with elementary, we had parents just reach out to their school. They contacted the school administrator, the school counselor, to get information about whether it was going to be feasible. It's just so much more complex at the secondary level because, number one, we have 7 classes. Number 2, they're not all clean, like they're not all Newport teachers with Newport kids. And so that's the challenge. We had to mix kids to get the schedules that they wanted and the courses that they wanted and the hybrid versus virtual that they wanted. And so it was so much more complex. So I'm not sure we can give folks the straight answer, but we've been really good about trying to accommodate to the extent possible for parents. So if they said, what's most important to me is keeping the same teacher, then that's okay. Even if that means staying virtual, yes, that means staying virtual. I want to keep the same teacher. The other thing I want to add is it could vary. A student may come in hybrid and have teach one class where the teacher is still virtual, and we're trying to figure that out too. Like, can there be internet cafe type situations where we can have kids in a space where they can still access that one class virtually? So it's extremely complicated right now, and I don't know, Sharon, if you wanted to add anything, because you've been so involved in that work on that committee.
I think you've captured it very well, Eva. I will say that we have 29% of the families have responded so far, and there's a request of 219 students to go from hybrid to virtual. And 172 students have requested virtual to hybrid. So that's what we know so far. And once we have all of the data, then we can do the massive puzzle shifting. And I think that, the questions are going to be difficult to answer until we know what the data is, so that we can make those recommendations to families. And they may do the request and then say, never mind, I don't want to move I don't want to move every teacher around in order to make that work. I'll stay in whichever one they originally had.
Okay, thank you. Director Watson.
Yes, I wanted to ask a clarifying question on what you're just talking about, and then I wanted to ask a new question. So the clarifying question is, I thought I understood a couple of weeks ago that we weren't expecting that you'd be able to accommodate very much movement between models, and that not everybody would be accommodated. So is what changed the governor? Is that what changed, or what changed? Okay, right. I just want to clarify that, because I thought we talked about how it would be really hard and so forth.
We did, and the rationale for that was that we didn't think we would be able to accommodate very many students or parents who wanted their child to come in person because of the class size and the capacity. However, what the governor said is if they want it, you're going to provide it. And so we're like, okay, so we will accommodate, and now we will just shift and figure that out. So what we were doing was in our survey, encouraging people, hey, if you want to go virtual, cool, we can accommodate that. But if you want to come hybrid, that's going to be a little trickier due to space. Now we're trying to figure out, okay, what can we do with the space, because we will accommodate kids. And that's another reason that we're super interested in the 3-foot. Gives us
so my other question is more fun, but I did want to know what do we anticipate or think about for the spring milestone events that typically occur in May and June, like in terms of graduations and sports banquets and moving up events and proms and honor societies and project presentations and all of that, I don't know, stuff, fun stuff, and end of year commemorating your time in K-12 or your time in middle school. So what do we think is going to be able to happen with those?
Yeah, we definitely already have a group of folks working on those plans, and they've been actually bringing in kids to help give ideas on activities and things that would be fun for those milestone activities. So bringing in 8th graders, for example, bringing in seniors to help work on a plan. And they already have some ideas that have been floated, but this was before the moving to the next phase from the governor. And so they initially had a set of ideas, and now that ideas can actually expand because there's a lot more potential and possibility. So we are looking at in-person graduation ideas and other things and activities for kids to be able to do if the conditions continue to allow us to do that. So those plans are already underway. We don't have them formally ready to present to you, but we definitely have teams together that are brainstorming ideas, them looking at the feasibility, looking at the locations, and then as the conditions have shifted, like, oh, well, we can maybe do something different. We're not as constrained as we thought we were.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so at this point, I want to make sure if Director Malif has any clarifying questions as well. Directors, if you have any other statements in support of the direction that the district is taking, please do so. We will need to hear if there's an update on remote learning. We need to vote on the report and approve consent agenda B, and then finish up on board business. So we have a lot to do in the next couple of minutes. Any further clarifying questions on return to buildings or statements? All right, I will close this out then in saying that I hope that the district is a leader in this area. I understand that safety teams can continue to bring back students. It sounds like safety teams at all levels from the way I read the MOU. I also read the MOU from the November, and you have stated that any educator can put forward a proposal and be bringing students back. So I think there are plenty of opportunities and avenues, but I hope that the district, our Bellevue School District, is a leader in bringing back students further. We spent a lot of this meeting talking about how we need to provide supports to students who need it. And for those who need in-person services, the sooner we're able to provide those supports and get on the loss of building on, instead of talking about loss, but the sooner we are able to do that, the better. And I believe that our school district is a leader. We are have everything we need in place to accomplish this, so that I urge the district to do that. Remote learning, Dr. Duran, do you have an update for us on that?
No, I don't believe we had planned to do an update on remote learning. Dr. Collins, or Deputy Collins, did you have anything to add on that time, or we were pretty much focused on the budget piece and return in person in the fall?
Okay, so at the next meeting, again, we don't want to drop remote learning as we make this, really concerted effort, and we realize that there is a lot of effort and moving parts to getting students the supports that they need. Students have been in remote learning, and so the impacts of that are important, and there will continue to be many who are going to be in the virtual model, and we need to be serving them well. So let's do that. Okay. So we're closing out item 7. That brings us back to the end of item 5. I'm going to read here. There were 2 proposals. The one that I had understood that we were doing was the original proposal, which is to report on goal 2 and suspend reports for goal 4 and for tier 2. So my motion would be that we do that except for counseling. I believe that we need to hear from counseling, and I would prefer not to wait until May. I think goal 2 is what we've been talking about. We have significant concerns about the academic supports for our students, and we are also very concerned about their mental health. So here it says high school and beyond plans, but we have, I know there was another one about BIMAS 2 and other aspects of counseling that I think should not wait another month. So that would be my motion. If anyone wants to second it, and then we could amend it.
Oh, do we have anything written that I can?
I have a comment. It is written. I think it is pasted in here. I have a comment.
Okay.
It's okay to take that.
So does anyone want to second it, and then we can discuss and amend? Not interested? Okay, so we need a new motion.
So I can put a motion on the table, but I think I want to explain thinking first very quickly. My proposal is simply going to be that whatever reports come in for the 20th, that we allow for them to come in 2 business days, so the Friday prior, instead of 8 business days prior to the meeting, in order to allow for adequate preparation time, and that we can have a more complicated discussion at the meeting, because there's a lot of stuff embedded in here. Like, we have a lot of expectations about what are we focused on, what are we holding ourselves accountable for, and how are we driving that. And I do think that the district is making a reasonable ask to get laser focused on the reporting, but there's a lot of nuance to that, and we don't want that to mean that we're not going to be accountable to each and every kid. So I think some of the points you're raising, Francine, about organizing the goal 2 stuff around the new goals are one thing. I think another thing we haven't brought up at all is we're getting these sort of return to school progress reports on a almost every meeting basis or every week basis. I don't understand whether or not these 9 or 11 or whatever goals it turns into would continue to get weekly reports and updates, or if we need to now change that approach or integrate it. Like, I don't understand all the subtleties, and the last thing that I want happening from this is for staff to go spinning wheels on creating a new way of looking at reporting. And so I just think we should give them some space and have the discussion in the workshop that we've designed to be about reporting, and go from there and not get lost. And right now, just communicate that we need to be accountable to meeting the needs of our kids right now.
So, clarifying question to Ms. McGee: if the reports came in on April 16th for the April 20th meeting, so in effect an additional 8 days. So if we count that back from today, that would be losing 1 week of report time from your end compared to making a decision tonight.
And is this for all of the reports that are currently planned for April 20th, or a smaller set of those?
That's my understanding of Dr. Chu's proposal for all the reports.
Or we can have a nuanced discussion tonight and get this sorted out. I just worried that we're not going to have the nuanced discussion tonight, and we're going to walk away with all mixed levels of understanding about what we're accountable for, and that's what I was trying to avoid. That's all.
All right, so her proposal is to extend the dates. My proposal, because apparently the information that I want from counseling is due for May and not for April anyway, so mine would be to work on the goal 2 report and have that done, and then the other tier 2 reports could be moved to May and or would be adjusted based on the March 31st discussion. But we can only have one motion on the floor. So we have Dr. Chu's on the floor. Does anyone want to second her motion? And sorry, we were waiting for Ms. McGee's clarifying statement as to whether that would be sufficient time. So essentially you lose 1 week as compared to a complete decision today.
I'm pausing because our hope was to get really focused and streamlined and to be able to focus on bringing kids back to school. And if we keep all of these reports on here, staff that are going to work on those reports are the same staff that are working on all of the logistics of bringing kids back to school, figuring out the supports that our students, our families, and our educators need. And so my question back to you is, what's your priority? Is it to have these reports on Tier 2, or is it to have staff working on getting the kids back? Because there will be a trade-off with time.
So I would respond back that I think that's the false dichotomy. I think that's the work of the district is in goal 2. And so that work should be happening regardless. I understand if there's some concern about the formatting of the report. However, we've provided already a lot of latitude in terms of kind of the format. It could be PowerPoint, it could be just a written Word document. But nevertheless, the work that is happening should be happening. And so I have significant concerns to hear that we would not be attending to goal 2, which is primary, mission of our district.
The motion you asked me about was for all of the reports that are currently slated for April 20th, which includes all of those additional Tier 2. Maybe I misunderstood what you said. I thought you were asking if we gave an extra week to do all of the reports currently on the calendar for April 20th, which includes goal 2, as well as Tier 2 for CTE, instructional technology, those whole list of things. But I may have misunderstood what you said. Are you
Melanie,
suggesting
I'm going to
Tier 2?
clarify. I'm going to clarify my intent, Melanie, in putting this proposal out here was to buy us time to get clarification on which reports needed to get done and with what and with attention to what aspects, so that could be done and that no work would be done on special reporting work until we sorted that out. And to give us time to sort that out, I was saying just give them to us late, and whatever we sort out, with the probability that it is highly unlikely that we are going to ask for seven separate reports coming into April 20th. That is all I was suggesting. But if we want to just stay here and hash it out tonight, we should hash it out.
Director Watson, what do you think?
Oh, at this point, I'm not hashing. I'm inclined to go with what Melanie recommends.
I want to be clear that the work that you're asking us about, there's progress monitoring that we do as a district to ensure that we're meeting our goals. And that happens in conversations with multiple different people and looking at outcome data and looking at implementation data and making decisions. That's a different activity than taking those discussions and creating a consumable report that we then share out with our broader community and with you at a board meeting. So I just want to make that distinction, because I do think it's important when I'm suggesting that we're not doing the report or that the report is adding the work. It's additional work to create a report that meets all of the requirements and follows those processes.
I'm willing to believe that whether I get a report on April 20th or May 4th is not going to change what the work of the district. I could be wrong. I know we're supposed to, monitor and give high level guidance and everything, but I just think in this case, when we're scrambling to get the schools open, it might be the time for a little flexibility.
Dr. Malif?
I'm inclined to agree with Carolyn. I'm trying to parse the nuances of the 3 different proposals I have just heard, and at this point in the evening, I'm kind of struggling with it.
Yeah, this is Seema. I'm kind of the same mind. I just wanted to say, in my view, it would be helpful if it could be distilled just to what options are we talking about in terms of report. I tend to agree with Carolyn's articulation, particularly tying it to where we are in terms of I want to prioritize returning to schools as soon as possible, full stop. But I also agree with Francine that where we have said how you choose to present the core distillation of information will essentially be suspended for a period of time so that you can do it however you think is best. I think that gives a level of latitude that's really valuable. So for me, I am a little fried at the moment, so I don't feel like I can make meaningful contribution here, but it could help if somebody could just put it down to, you know, like option A, B, or C, and maybe then we can net it out possibly with our general counsel's guidance on how to do this the right way, perhaps.
Here are the options, and fine, we'll just it's an informal meeting. We don't have to follow Robert's rules exactly. So I'm going to give you the 3 options as I see them. Option one is delay everything until May 4th rather than the April 20th meeting, and the district has its own internal deadlines for that. 2, proceed with having a Goal 2 report still for the April 20th meeting. So that Goal 2 report stays, everything else is delayed until May 4th or later, depending on what additional decisions we come to. And the third option is to keep everything on the table, but with a new deadline where we see it for the April 20th meeting for April 16th, because usually we receive the reports in advance for feedback, so there wouldn't be an additional time to review them. But the thought is that by delaying that amount, the information that comes out of the March 31st meeting could impact how many and what form those reports take. So those are the 3 options. So I'm going to go around. I'm going to give you a moment to think about it. And then I'm going to ask each of you to pick an option.
I will start. I'm happy to pick 2. I think that's, for me, the best compromise. Or what you called B.
B, okay.
Goal 2 in April, late April, forget what date, I think it was the 20th. The rest essentially in May, because for me that optimizes the ability to prioritize at a minimum the April 19th return, but it does allow us to have the visibility that I would want through a report for Goal 2.
Before we get all the board members to comment on 1, 2, or 3, could we actually get the superintendent or one of his staff to comment on 1, 2, and 3 for them? Because what we're trying to do is negotiate how to reasonably track the important stuff that we're doing while getting us focused in the right work.
Sure. Dr. Duran, would you like to comment?
I think I would prefer for the board to continue this process. I feel like, you know, we spent a lot of time preparing for this meeting. We spent a lot of time getting these priority put together, you know, and we got feedback from board members before the meeting. We've socialized it with member, and so I feel like, you know, the presentation, what we put forward tonight was, we received the feedback, you know, but it was very different than what we had, you know, heard. And so we've kind of put our process out there right now. I think I'd like to just have the board continue this so that we can determine what we're going to be reporting on.
Okay, so we can keep going. So Goal 2 is very similar to priority 5. Director Watson, did you want to chime in? I think you had indicated option.
Yeah, well, I think I actually preferred the first option, but I can live with the second option if the staff can.
Okay. Dr. Malif?
I am sort of the opposite of Carolyn. I like option B the best, but I can live with option A if that's what's needed.
All right, and Director Chu?
My understanding of option A is that it would be a full-blown report on goal 2, which the district told us tonight wasn't what they wanted to do anymore. Like they said that reporting on all of those specific numbers and so forth was going to distract from their work to get focused. And so
Okay.
I can't in good conscience support that option. I do not believe that we have hashed through an agreement as to what it means to get focused. So that's why I proposed option 3. It sounds like no one wants to do that. So I would then support.
I'm confused on the options. That's not what
Sorry,
I
yeah,
thought
she mixed up 1 and 2. All right, I will give you an
Yeah.
option 4 because it sounds like there is kind of a consensus on option B, which is the goal 2 report. Aside from Dr. Chu, and who raises an important point. So how about we combine the two? Ms. McGee, if we do a goal 2 report that you give to us by right now, April 16th, recognizing at the March 31st meeting, we will continue to talk about and come to consensus on what is important elements of these reports. I think part of why we're having this workshop and just the timing, even though we planned this all out for the timing to have this workshop, is that the consensus is that the reports that we're receiving are not providing directors the information that we need. And you are telling us that the reports that you are creating are also not providing you the information that you need or are creating a lot of work, which is why we're changing the reporting process. However, you're pressuring us to have a decision today prior to the workshop. So what we can do is still emphasize that the elements of goal 2 are important, but we can receive it a little bit later. And at the workshop, we will then come to consensus on what the important elements of the work are so that we are best serving students. That's option 4. Is that being the consensus option? I'm going to vote for that one.
Are you asking me to respond, Francine,
Yes.
to that one?
Call from 800 service.
I think we've shared what our preference would be. I think we can live with that, and we would appreciate the extra week to prepare it and get it ready. So what I'm hearing for goal 4 is, I'm sorry, for option 4, goal 2, do 1 week later on April 16th instead of on April 8th. We will still discuss at the March 31st workshop, which could inform future reports. We will not do tier 2 for April 20th or goal 4. Is that your understanding as well?
I thought it could also inform that report. I thought that the discussion on the 31st could also inform what goes into that report.
That is correct.
Okay.
So it could streamline it, make it more useful for both sides. Director Malif.
I think that sounds like a reasonable compromise if that works for everyone.
Director Watson.
Okay, if people are converging on that.
All right, Director Chu.
I can work with that. I just want to make sure that whatever we do, it is keeping us transparent and accountable to the things that we've agreed are the top priorities and that we are getting those things done.
All right, and then I have a note from Director Serafin. So it seems like we have consensus on this. We will meet again on the 31st. We are going to try to extend the length of that workshop by a little bit to accommodate this extra piece. However, overall, that was the mission of the workshop, so it should be able to fold it in fine, even without the extra time, but we'll see if we can build in additional extra time. So thank you all for that. That brings us to item 8, consent agenda B. Part of that, the one item on there is goal 5A, annual progress report. That was something that potentially to be discussed among the priority areas. It was not discussed as much. At this point, I'll entertain a motion to adopt consent agenda B. If people do not feel like that was adequately discussed, we can put it aside.
I move to accept consent agenda B.
Dr. Watson, you're shaking your head. Are you a second?
I can be.
Okay. So it's seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, we have a majority, so that passes. That brings us to board business. We have incorporated most of the items of board business in the discussion previously. There are a couple of written reports I would draw your attention to that can be read. Thank you for taking the time to write them out. And then a lot of the work that Dr. Chu and I have been doing on advocacy, as well as Dr. Serafin have been, Director Serafin has been incorporated in the conversation. In terms of agenda planning, other than what we've discussed in terms of altering the March 31st board development workshop, in terms of the regular agenda meetings, we will make adjustments as needed in terms of the reports that would be at those meetings. If there are other items that you would like to see on the agenda, please let me know directly. With that, we are over time. As I mentioned earlier, we will, I would propose that we find time for a separate executive session for materials that we were going to cover today, and we'll be in touch to schedule that. Is there any objection to that? All right, seeing none, unless there are any last words, I will adjourn the meeting as we will be at the end of our agenda. And we skipped the break, thank you all, just in case anyone's keeping track. Number 6, directors agreed to skip the break. So we did cover number 6. All right, with that, thank you all for extra long meeting. There was a lot that we covered, a very important work for the district, and we're looking forward to seeing all students have the option for in-person services as soon as possible. So thank you, we are adjourned.
Thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Okay, thanks.